Good morning. I will start, as we normally do, with asking the hearing team to please elevate our court reporter. And
Good-
good morning to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome back.
Thank you. You too.
All right, I will start with our usual introductions so we can warm back up to what we are doing today. Good morning. It is June 1st, 2026, and I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording is also available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides for our witnesses. And if you are a witness, you may ask Ms. Mullen to advance your slides for you when you are ready. And those cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits. As has been our practice, we will take breaks, mid-morning, lunch, after lunch, and as always, we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. I have just a few procedural items, and then I will look to the room to see if there are other items that we need to discuss today before we kick off. And my understanding is that today we would be starting with Dr. Rosenfield, and that will take up most of our day as expected. So the procedural items, first, I have, there's a pending motion to quash. I don't know if, well, you'll let me know if we need to talk about it more. I don't have a ruling on it today. I was out of the office last week. But I realize we do need a ruling on that, and I anticipate having one for you either Thursday or Friday when we reconvene. If necessary, I can rule orally, or it may be in writing. We'll see how things proceed. But I understand that is outstanding and that is something we need to address so we know what is happening for the rest of our June. I'm just going to go roll through these and then we can come back to whichever of these you need to revisit. The service list, I realize the service list is a challenge, and with all the email addresses, I think we have over 100 emails on our service list, and I know it's challenging to manage both for us and for all of you. We are, with all due speed, updating that list each time we receive any information that updates are necessary. We also try to reach out to parties if there are bounce backs to eliminate those or address those if there are problems. If we otherwise become aware of changes to the service list, for example, in our other proceedings, we try to follow up on those as well. So we keep that list as updated as possible. I know the Department of Water Resources has requested I believe several times for a LIRIS list. I still don't understand how that would work. I'm certainly open to suggestions about how to make this work better. We use this, we have, at least the State Water Board moved away from the LIRIS system. We now use something called Gov Delivery, but it's an internal system, and for security reasons, I don't think we can open that up to, or could or would want to open that up for public use. So I'm just not aware of how that could be used to be more efficient, but if there is a way to use a service that's more efficient, I'm certainly open to suggestions. One of the things that we have been working on and trying to think through how we can try to eliminate some of the confusion about the service list is to provide, we will start including a date when updates to the service list are made, so you'll be able to easily see in the service list that we maintain on the FTP site what the date of that service list is, so you can compare it to the one that you last used. Hopefully that will be helpful. We also internally at the AHO put together a guidance document that we will plan to circulate to all of you, but it's just simple instructions about how to extract email addresses from the Word document that we use for our service list, um, and then how to use that to extract them and then copy and paste directly into an email so that you can easily use our most updated service list, extract the email addresses, and put those into your email address box and send them forward. I think a lot of the bounce backs are probably from reusing old versions of the service list because we're reusing old emails. So this may be a way to help alleviate that. And I'm sure some of you may have figured out how to do this trick with the Word document and the extraction. It's not something that I'm clever enough to figure out, but a member of the AHO team is. So we've put that together and we will circulate that to all of you shortly in case it is helpful, and hopefully it will be. And we will continue to make that, to update that. But in terms of AHO procedures, if any of you have ideas for making the service list issue more manageable, I'm certainly open for continued suggestions. We are doing the best we can, although I think it works fairly well considering the number of parties we have involved. All right, last item on my list. Well, I think I have two actually. Evidentiary rulings are continuing to roll out. There were a lot of them. I'm working on them. They will continue to roll out, but I think all of you get the sense of what those look like in terms of future evidentiary objections and crafting those. And then just a nod to Ms. Meserve, I understand you sent an email over the weekend about the site visit exhibits and organizing those. I'm going to take a look at that, and we're going to take your suggestions into consideration and try to make that packaged up nicely. So I will get back to you when we reconvene about what we've done with those site visit exhibits. And with that, I also am opening the floor to other issues that we may need to talk about before we move to Dr. Rosenfield. And I'm done talking for the moment. I will look to the room. Please go ahead and raise a hand if you would like to be elevated and address any of the things I brought up or any other procedural issues. If we can please elevate Ms. Tabor and Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Tabor. You are welcome to come on camera and make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor, appearing this morning on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies. Dr. Paulson is tentatively scheduled to start presenting her testimony today, depending on how long Dr. Rosenfield's testimony takes. Looking at DWR's and the state water contractors' cross estimates, it appeared to us that it was somewhat
highly unlikely.
Okay, good, because Dr. Paulson is under the weather. She's lost her voice. She can speak, but if we're able to confirm that she won't start till Thursday, that would be helpful. If she needs to she's willing to be flexible, can be flexible, and is able to go at the end of today. But we expect her testimony will be more audible for everyone if she can start on Thursday.
Let me look just to, let's turn back and I will ask to elevate, well, there's Ms. Carroll, just to make sure, confirm that cross estimate. But if that remains valid, I think, there would be, with a roughly an hour lunch break and other breaks that we have in this procedural discussion we're having now, we wouldn't be expected to get to Dr. Paulson anyway. So let me look to Ms. Carroll, if we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. You're welcome to come on camera and make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol, appearing for DWR. I think that our estimates are still our best estimates, so we would be fine if we have to end early today to allow Dr. Paulson to recover. We want to be able to hear her.
Thank you. So then with that, Ms. Tabor, we can please excuse Dr. Paulson for today and expect to turn to her on Thursday.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Carroll and Hearing Officer Kenzie.
Thank you. Ms. Meserve, good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Thank you for acknowledging the site visit exhibit email. I realized I better get that going. I just wanted to mention, I believe there may have been a handout on the upstream site visit day. I didn't happen to have an electronic copy of that, so I just wanted to point that out, that if there was an electronic copy of that, and if parties wanted that to be included in whatever folder is going to contain that we need to locate that exhibit. And I don't know if it's controversial or not. I recall there was something about water quality. I just didn't happen to have an electronic copy of that.
Thank you. I think our team can look, I mean, we have the video so we can see if something was distributed, but I think I recall that as well. So we will look, thank you for bringing that up. We will look to that. And if I have questions for the parties, we can circle back on Thursday if we can't pin down what that was.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other items that we should address before we turn to Dr. Rosenfield? Ms. Carroll, do you have another item or are you just ready to go?
I just have one more thing that well, two actually. I
Great.
just wanted to confirm that the FTP site is up to date with all of the uploads.
Are there any in particular you would like to confirm? Is it, I
Yeah,
believe
there was
so.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I believe so, but if we can confirm if there's a particular upload that you are looking to verify.
The latest deadline was for objections on May 29th, and we received 2. So I just wanted to make sure that those were the only objections that were filed timely.
Understood. I think I only saw 2, but let me confirm with the team. And it may be that we circle back if we just have to go through all of the upload folders. I mean, we transfer over anything received by email right away, but we may not have reviewed all of the upload folders.
Thank you. And then the other was, there wasn't a deadline to notify you that we were requesting Sir rebuttal, but there's a deadline for submitting testimony and exhibits. So we just wanted to notify you, excuse me, that we will be making that request, but we will be submitting by July 24th as required by the hearing notice.
You will be making a request for Sir rebuttal.
This is my request for Sir
This
rebuttal.
is your, yes. I think the deadline was the last day of the hearing in June, but that's based on my memory, which could be, but I think there was a, that to inform the hearing officer by the last day, but now you have informed me, so we can check that box. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just making a note of that. So it looks like from the team, all we received were the objections from Baykeeper and North Delta Water Agency. So that confirming that I believe the FTP folder is up to date on what we received on Friday.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. And also, if we could please elevate Ms. Morris.
Yes, please. If we can elevate Ms. Morris, and then I would imagine we should also elevate Dr. Rosenfield. And then it looks like Mr. Busher has a hand. If we can please elevate Mr. Busher.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. Sorry, I was momentarily distracted. Good morning, Ms. Morris. And Mr. Busher, you are here with Dr. Rosenfield, I understand.
Yes, good morning. Eric Busher for San Francisco Baykeeper.
Thank you. And are there any other, just a last call on procedural issues before I look to before we turn to Dr. Rosenfield? If we can please elevate Mr. Cho. And good morning, Mr. Cho. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Thank you. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency et al. Since we were talking briefly about objections, I just wanted to flag that I sent a follow-up email the next day after North Delta submitted its objections, just noting that North Delta's objections refer to 2 DWR exhibits that I believe were superseded with a 2 appended to them. And so I was looking for direction from either the hearing officer or a request from DWR on whether we should submit a revised objection to clarify that we're objecting to the offered exhibit rather than a superseded version. I didn't want to clutter up the inbox or confuse the parties. So I'm happy to make those adjustments if needed. But just looking for the will of the hearing officer.
Understood. Thank you. And I'll look to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris. If you have a preference, please go ahead and chime in. And I did see that email, Mr. Cho. Thank you. Ms.
We
Morris.
saw the email as well, and we don't need another. We understand now, and now I think it's double clear on the record what it is. So we're good.
Great. And that was my same instinct as well. So thank you, Mr. Cho. I think we understand and no need to make any changes.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we would please elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome. And with that, I will turn to Dr. Rosenfield. Good morning, Dr. Rosenfield.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Good to see you.
Good to see you again as well. And with that, I guess I will just say, Dr. Rosenfield, you have appeared in this proceeding and testified before. Do you recall previously taking the oath in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Then with that, I will turn things over to you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Rosenfield. Is Exhibit Baykeeper 300 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
And are exhibits Baykeeper 301 through 320 true and correct copies of additional documents you've cited or relied upon in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, they are.
And is exhibit Baykeeper 321 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation for your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could put exhibit Baykeeper 321 on the screen, please. And Dr. Rosenfield, I will turn it over to you to present your rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. I'm John Rosenfield, Science Director for San Francisco Baykeeper, and this is a summary of my rebuttal testimony in this proceeding. Next slide, please. Dr. Greenwood's rebuttal testimony does not dispute the existing status of the species or ecosystem as I described in my initial testimony. Native fish and wildlife are imperiled and declining. Related beneficial uses of water are not reasonably protected currently. That backdrop is critical to evaluating whether additional projected impacts of DCP will be mitigated to a level that reasonably protects beneficial uses and the public trust. In some cases, Dr. Greenwood's testimony contradicts or walks back DWR's previous findings regarding impacts of DCP operations. Elsewhere, his rebuttal testimony improperly concludes DCP will have no effect based on failure to detect statistical significance, even in the face of peer-reviewed research showing a significant relationship between freshwater flow and fish and wildlife viability parameters or environmental conditions. Dr. Greenwood generally fails to acknowledge the negative effects DWR predicts under ITP conditions and never addresses the cumulative impacts of widespread negative effects. DWR relies on ITP conditions for mitigation of DCP impacts, but many of those conditions require only studies and modeling, not direct and certain mitigation of impacts, and none of those terms and conditions in the ITP apply to non-listed species. Next slide, please. I presented an analysis of DCP's effects on the frequency with which ecologically relevant flow thresholds would occur. And that's the example is from table 1 of my previous testimony is in the center of the slide now. DWR repeatedly criticizes this approach and my choice of protective ecological flow thresholds. The flow frequency analysis in my previous testimony is modeled on analyses the Water Board presents in many of its own publications. For example, the table on the right is from the Water Board's recent draft CEQA analysis of proposed Bay Delta Plan updates. Next slide, please. My rationale and approach to this kind of frequency analysis is the same as the Water Board's. These ecological thresholds provide a set of quantifiable metrics that can be used to assess the relative protection afforded by a range of flow regimes. Generally, higher flows and lower X2 values in winter and spring confer the greatest benefits for native species in the ecosystem. That is, the frequency of these flow criteria or thresholds are indicators of how often species needs will be met under different operational regimes. There's significant overlap between the flow criteria in my table in my previous testimony and the Water Board's tables in terms of species studied and specific flow metrics. Next slide, please. For example, I identified a flow threshold related to the density of rearing Chinook salmon fry in restored wetland environments in the Delta. This Delta inflow criterion stems from research by Munch et al., and I'm presenting one of the figures from their study here. In the lower right, we see three graphs. I'm focusing on the center graph with the arrow pointed at it. The y-axis here measures fish abundance or density in restored wetland habitats where juvenile Chinook salmon are detected. So there are no non-detects in this particular data set. And the x-axis shows the mean 30-day flow in the Sacramento River. And as flow increases, the abundance or density of fry using the restored habitat increases. The first thing to notice is that that curve goes up continuously to the right, increased density of fish with increasing flow. It's my professional opinion, based on experience looking at graphs like this, that there's an inflection point around 750 cubic meters per second of flow, above which the same increase in flow produces less of an increase in fry abundance. On the flip side, reductions in flow below 750 cubic meters per second lead to dramatically fewer rearing Chinook salmon fry on these restored habitats. Water Board staff apparently agree with my assessment that 750 cubic meters per second is a valid indicator of flow conditions that support use of restored tidal wetlands by Chinook salmon fry. The Water Board staff wrote, "Fry catch, given presence in the Sacramento River and Delta, decreased considerably when flow was less than 26,486 CFS, which is about 750 cubic meters per second." Next slide, please. DWR also criticizes my description of the strong relationship between Delta outflow and white sturgeon and green sturgeon reproductive success. Ms. Morris and Dr. Greenwood suggest that there is no support for the 37,000 CFS average March through July Delta outflow threshold that I identified. As I pointed out in my previous testimony, the Water Board identified this flow criteria as protective. And I'm showing a graph or a table in the upper right of this slide, which is taken from the Water Board's 2017 scientific basis report. It clearly indicates that flows over 37,000 CFS as an average from March through July are considered protective of white sturgeon and green sturgeon. Secondly, DWR disagrees that the relationship between Delta outflow and reproductive success is nonlinear. This is important because DWR estimated white sturgeon impacts by assuming a linear and thus flatter relationship between flow and white sturgeon reproductive success. In its ITP for Sites Reservoir, California Department of Fish and Wildlife identifies a nonlinear relationship between Delta outflow and white sturgeon reproductive success that I've copied their graphic here in the lower right of the slide. This relationship shows that juvenile white sturgeon abundance increases rapidly as flows increase above about 30,600 CFS, but that reproductive success does not respond to flow at all below that level. This means reduction in delta outflow under wet conditions will have a larger impact than what DWR estimated in its incidental take permit application, or EIR. There's no conflict between the two delta outflow criteria identified here. The Water Board described their 37,000 CFS delta outflow threshold as protective. In the site's reservoir ITP, CDFW is very clear that it's the flow threshold it identified defined the boundary between 0 and some reproductive success. CDFW was quick to note that delta outflows would need to be higher than this minimum threshold in order to support adequate reproductive success. Next slide, please. The positive relationships between delta outflow and longfin smelt abundance and productivity are among the best studied and most durable phenomena in the San Francisco Bay estuary ecosystem. This strong correspondence is documented in numerous studies of multiple datasets. As recently as its ITP application, DWR projected that DCP operations would lead to declines in longfin smelt abundance in all water year types, and that the odds that a given year of operation would cause a decline were consistently greater than the odds that the population would increase under DCP operations. This strong evidence notwithstanding, DWR now suggests that longfin smelt abundance and productivity may no longer respond to winter-spring delta outflow. In support of that premise, they present and describe this figure, shown here on the right of my slide, which shows abundance indices from the fall midwater trawl sampling program on the y-axis and December through May delta outflow on the x-axis. Both axes are log transformed. This figure divides the longfin smelt abundance index data into 4 time periods. In a minute, I'll explain why this statistical approach involving regressions in 4 different time periods is no longer a credible way to analyze longfin smelt population dynamics. But taking it at face value for a moment, Dr. Greenwood never justifies the time periods he describes as regimes. They appear to have been determined post hoc. The support of any of these time-bounded regimes is weak at best and often non-existent. This is important because with such limited sample size in each time period, loss or gain of a single data point can change the estimated value of the slope and confidence intervals substantially. Setting that aside, Dr. Greenwood fails to acknowledge that the slope in the most recent time period is positive. More flow equals more longfin smelt, just as what was observed in the earlier in the data series. Furthermore, he never demonstrates his central premise that the new slope is significantly different from any of the other slopes. The statistics that Dr. Greenwood reports suggest that these regression lines may all have the same positive slope in a statistical sense. Next slide, please. Not only does Dr. Greenwood fail to properly analyze the statistical model he presents, he fails to justify his approach as a credible way to analyze these data, and in fact, it is not. All else being equal, science and statistics favor simple explanations over complex explanations for any given pattern. We could, for instance, call each sequential pair of years an ecological regime and draw a separate regression line between those paired data. Such a model would have several dozen regression lines that cumulatively explain all of the variance in the data, but it would be hopelessly complex and statistically meaningless. As a field, statistical analysis penalizes complex models, which are accepted only if they provide enough additional information to justify their complexity. Describing the fall midwater trawl data series with 4 different distinct time periods is unwarranted and not justified. In a recent study by Safarini et al., a group from UC Berkeley, they addressed this question of step changes based on time regimes in the longfin smelt time series, abundance index time series. And they report We did not find evidence for distinct step changes in the relationship between flow and longfin smelt abundance, as could be expected from recognized state shifts in the estuary, for instance, after the clam invasion. The result of dividing the data as Dr. Greenwood does is that we have a recent regime with very little data and relatively high variance. It's not surprising under those circumstances that Dr. Greenwood failed to detect statistical significance in such a limited data set, especially when he ignored decades of previous data. Next slide, please. The best supported conceptual model for longfin smelt, the longfin smelt abundance dynamics, is that increased delta outflow affects per adult reproductive success in a way that has remained consistent. In addition, juvenile survival has declined in a way that is not responsive to flow. Because the abundance of adults has declined due to these two forces, the longfin smelt population is lower now at any given flow than it was before. To see this, one must include adult longfin smelt stock, or adult abundance. In its species status assessment, where it listed longfin smelt as endangered, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service analyzed the effect of adding parental abundance, or stock, to models that predict longfin smelt response to flow. This graph that I'm showing here from the status assessment shows on the y-axis the explanatory power of two different models, one with flow only and another where flow modifies the effect of adult stock. The x-axis shows how the power of these relationships changes over time as more data are added to the time series. Flow alone predicts a lot of the variance in the longfin smelt abundance, but it predicts less and less as the adult population has declined. Accounting for the declining adult population by adding stock to the model results in a prediction of a very high amount of variation in overall abundance, and there's little change in that explanatory power over time. So that model is represented by the blue bars here as that's flow plus the prior abundance index or stock. The gray bars represent flow alone as a predictor. It's likely that if the number of adult longfin smelt had remained relatively unchanged over the time series, flow alone would have been sufficient to predict future populations. But now we must account for the number of adults, which represents the number of available eggs in each generation. In summary, it is true that at any given level of winter-spring delta outflow, longfin smelt abundance is lower now than it was historically. That does not mean that flow is no longer important. What's relevant in this context is whether changes in delta outflow, specifically the reductions that would happen under DCP operations, are likely to change the abundance and productivity of longfin smelt. I see no evidence that the fundamental relationship, less flow equals less longfin smelt, has changed. As a result, the best available science still shows that DCP operation is highly likely to harm the endangered longfin smelt population. Next slide, please. As with longfin smelt and white sturgeon, there is substantial and increasing evidence that Chinook salmon juveniles benefit from increased freshwater flow into and through the delta. The freshwater journey of Chinook salmon downstream through the delta and bay to the ocean has been described as the primary bottleneck for Central Valley Chinook salmon populations. DWR's own modeling shows repeatedly that DCP operations will harm migrating Chinook salmon. I previously described results from several models that DWR employed to assess DCP impacts on migrating Chinook salmon, and I summarize them at a course level here. The DWR used various juvenile survival analyses, the STARS model, the Delta Passage model, and the ECO particle tracking model. And it did so for a variety of runs in a bunch of different months. And the outcomes were generally negative for juvenile survival as a result of DCP operations. There are, of course, limited exceptions to that, including the ECO particle tracking model for October and May. But in general, juvenile survival is expected to decline under Delta Conveyance project operations, according to various models that DWR employed. In addition, DWR employed life cycle models, and those life cycle models also showed negative outcomes for various Chinook salmon runs under DCP operations. Next slide, please. But rather than acknowledge the consistent finding that DCP operations are likely to harm imperiled Chinook salmon populations and the fall run Chinook salmon upon which the California ocean fishery depends, DWR now focuses on the results of the winter run life cycle model. This one model showed potential positive effects of DCP operations. I flagged the counterintuitive winter run life cycle model result in my previous testimony, pointing out that DWR was unable to explain the contradiction between its other models and the winter run life cycle model's results. I inquired with DWR and was told that the agency never produced the results of the inquiry into the winter run life cycle model result that it promised. Instead, DWR disavowed the winter run life cycle modeling results and chose to rely on the, quote, consistent patterns identified across several analyses, end quote, generated by the other models the agency employed. All of this is described in my original testimony. Also, the winter run life cycle model experience here represents a cautionary tale. This is a well-researched model that has received substantial time and attention from agency staff and academics. But in this case, it produced results that could not be explained or relied upon. This illustrates one of the reasons why I don't accept that the ITP's requirement to develop and improve life cycle models counts as mitigation for DCP. There is no promise that new models will work as intended or that they will identify key mitigations, much less that these mitigations will actually be implemented. Next slide, please. Throughout my prior testimony, I strove to describe evidence for potential mechanisms underlying the well-documented flow viability relationships for several native fishes. DWR focuses a lot of its energy on my description of these flow-related mechanisms. For example, I presented potential temperature impacts as an example of a mechanism by which DCP diversions might impact the estuarine ecosystem and native fishes. Many species that use the Bay Delta estuary are currently limited by high water temperatures, and under those circumstances, small temperature changes can have outsized biological effects. DWR's modeling is not necessarily sensitive enough to detect the scale of temperature changes that may be caused by DCP operations. My claim that diversion of yet more flow from the delta is likely to produce incrementally higher temperatures in the delta during the winter and spring is backed by both observational studies and sensitive modeling. DWR relies on DSM-2 qual modeling to support its claim that DCP operations will not cause water temperature impacts. DSM-2 is a one-dimensional model with known limitations that constrain its utility in projecting the kinds of temperature differences that would be meaningful for migrating Chinook salmon and other native fishes. DWR mistakes absence of effects projected by its model for absence of biologically important impacts. By contrast, I presented evidence that changes in delta outflow are associated with changes in temperature in the delta and downstream. One study I presented by Vroom et al. In 2017 used three-dimensional modeling to estimate the impacts of changes in delta inflow and other changes on water temperatures downstream, including further downstream than the boundaries of the DSM-2 model. DWR does not address the implications of the Vroom paper at all. So here I'm showing from that model, 3D modeling analysis by Vroom et al. In the center of my slide, a graph, their results when they asked the model to reduce river discharge into the delta by about a third over a reference condition. And the channels of the delta are presented on this map in various colors. The colors correspond to the scale on the bottom of the graph. And you can see that most of the channels in the delta are colored yellow or red, corresponding to somewhere between 0.5 degree and 2 degrees, more or less, of temperature increase as a result of decreased discharge into the delta. So in other words, the warmer water at lower discharge into the delta. These temperature changes might appear slight, on the order of 1 to 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Yet these small temperature differences may be critical to the success of a whole suite of native cold water fishes, including Chinook salmon, delta smelt, and longfin smelt, as well as zooplankton species. The figure on the right stands for the principle that salinity stratification affects modeled water temperatures, and it also shows that the three-dimensional model used by Vroom et al. Predicts temperature effects from salinity stratification well downstream of the DSM-2 modeling boundary, which is at Martinez. So to orient, the x-axis here is the linear horizontal distance of the estuary with significant points identified, and the y-axis is depth, showing how depth varies, and the upper panel is what Vroom et al. Got from their model, including salinity stratification, and the lower panel is what they got when they removed salinity from the model just to see the effects of salinity stratification. The colors represent different temperatures. So Vroom's 3D model suggests potential temperature impacts of DCP operation that DCP ignores at the peril of the entire estuarine ecosystem. Oh, I forgot to say that with regard to this figure on the right, its relevance is that we know that DCP diversions will affect the position of the salinity field, and this modeling reveals that those shifts in salinity are likely to affect temperature patterns in the estuary. DSM-2 does not operate downstream of Martinez, so it can't capture this effect downstream of Martinez. Next slide, please. DWR relies heavily on the ITP to argue that the ITP's conditions will provide protection of beneficial uses in the public trust. But CISA ITPs have a very different standard of protection, basically to prevent extinction, than the protection of beneficial uses that the Water Board must consider. Furthermore, ITPs only cover CISA-listed species, not all the species related to public trust uses and beneficial uses. For example, Dr. Greenwood frequently relies on the ITP's condition 11.111 to mitigate impacts on Chinook salmon and other species. Specifically, he points to restrictions found in condition 11.111 that operate during March through May, when Sacramento River flows are less than the migratory flow threshold for Chinook salmon of about 35,000 CFS. This condition constrains DCP diversions to no more than 3% of river flow when Sacramento River flows are between 20,000 and 35,000 CFS, and prohibits diversions when flows are less than 20,000 CFS. But even this level of diversion between 20,000 and 35,000 CFS, 3% of river flows, will have impacts on covered species. Impacts to migrating salmon smolt are expected when flows are reduced in the range specified in 11.111. Those impacts are not avoided. Similarly, provisions of 11.111 will permit impacts to non-salmonids that rely on March through May flows greater than 35,000 CFS. Furthermore, this most restrictive provision of 11.111 is not operable during the remaining 9 months of the year. So fishes that are impacted by DCP diversions at those times do not receive as much or any protection from this ITP condition. In this chart, I'm showing the 4 runs of Chinook salmon, their presence in the lower Sacramento River or at Delta exit, basically trying to identify when they would be in the Delta, in the months of the year, which are indicated up along the top by an abbreviation for each month, And the colors represent DWR's estimate of when these different runs of fish are present, either upstream of the delta or in the delta or exiting the delta. The blue cells represent a high relative abundance. The green cells represent a medium relative abundance, and the yellow represent low abundance. And I'll point out that the low abundance periods are still important because they represent critical life or life history diversity within each run that's critical to the run's ability to adapt to changing conditions. The asterisks in the spring run reflect CDFW's repeated opinion that spring run migration occurs in at least 3 more months than DWR acknowledges. I've highlighted when the restrictive provisions of condition 11.111 operate. This is the time period that Dr. Greenwood focuses on as being protective of migratory Chinook salmon. And we can see that, for instance, winter run are at high abundance upstream, just upstream of the delta in December through January, and migrating out of the delta in medium relative abundance in January and February. And that provision that Dr. Greenwood focuses on as protective of Chinook salmon is not operating in January and February. So winter run that are migrating earlier than March through May will receive no protection from that condition that he identifies. Similarly, fall run are in high density in January and February, medium density in December, migrating out of the delta in January, February, and as late as June, and those fish would not receive protection from the condition that Dr. Greenwood was focused on. And late fall run Chinook salmon receive almost no protection from this, from the conditions that are operating in March through May, the conditions of the ITP that are operating in March through May. Next slide, please. So in summary, the best available science indicates that DCP operations will negatively impact a wide range of fish and wildlife populations. DWR's own analyses identify many of these impacts. The status quo for the Bay Delta ecosystem is decline. Fish and wildlife and related beneficial uses are not reasonably protected currently. CISA and ESA take permits do not guarantee reasonable protection, and certainly not for non-listed species. Impacts of DCP that I and others have detected are likely to be important and unreasonable, even if they appear to be small. And with that, I conclude my summary of my rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rosenfield. Then with that, I will turn to DWR. I assume you may be going first with questions for Dr. Rosenfield. Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Rosenfield. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm fine. Thank you.
Did you draft all of your testimony on your own?
I did.
And did you have any input, not asking from Mr. Busher, but from any other technical folks, or was it solely your own work and your own writing?
You'll have to define what you mean by input.
Did anyone assist you in any analysis in your testimony or in your PowerPoint slides summary?
Are we talking about my rebuttal or my original?
Today, we're talking about your rebuttal. And I asked
yeah.
you specifically as it relates to something you said in your rebuttal that refers to your original testimony.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm tracking you. In my everything in both of my testimonies is my professional opinion, and I developed all of it. I did rely on some summary of DWR's flow data for my frequency analysis.
when you say you're relying on just the data from DWR, but it was your analysis.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, I just want to make sure because it seems like we're talking past each other, that all of the words in BK 300 are your own words that you drafted?
Correct.
And Dr. Rosenfeld, would you agree that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued an ITP for the Delta Conveyance project?
I agree.
And would you agree that the Delta Conveyance project meets the CISA standard for the covered fish species because CDFW issued that ITP?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Based on your own non-legal opinion, Dr. Rosenfeld, please.
I don't agree that the DCP ITP meets my understanding of the CISA protective standard.
But do you agree that it meets CDFW's? Otherwise, they wouldn't have issued the permit?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. I think I understand the point of the question, but let's move on.
Would you agree with me that best available science is not static?
I would agree.
And I want to look at BK 300, and Ms. Milne, we can pull it up. I'm not sure, but we're going to use it a lot, so we might as well go ahead and pull it up. Thank you. And it's on page 10, paragraph 19. And I'm just looking at the lines on 23 to 24, and I have some questions about that. In general, is your opinion that the Munch paper provides a defensible threshold for protection of Chinook salmon?
The Munch paper provides two different thresholds that I and the State Water Board regard as indicators of protection of Chinook salmon.
So that's a yes.
Well, I don't know what you mean by protective standard.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Does the Munch paper provide an indicator of protection for Chinook salmon that you rely on in your testimony?
It does.
And do you know if the Munch paper considered restored habitat and the development of a flow threshold for Chinook salmon?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm not sure I understand.
Do you know if the Munch paper that you cite considered restored habitat and the development of a flow threshold for Chinook salmon?
The Munch paper considers Chinook salmon fry use of restored habitat and looks at the use of that restored habitat as a function of flow and some other variables.
And the Munch paper was specific to the San Francisco estuary?
Yes. If we're talking about, first of all, we should clarify there are two papers by Munch et al. The
I'm
paper that
talking
I think
about one you're cited in this section. That's why I kind of sort of tethered us to this section here, the 2020, I believe.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And if we could look at in paragraphs 16 and 17, which start on page 9 and go into page 10. I'm not sure if you have a copy in front of you, but if you do, let me know when you have it up.
Are we looking at it on the screen here? What you want me to look at?
Yes, we're on 16 on the screen here.
Okay.
In those paragraphs, you're discussing the winter run Chinook salmon life cycle modeling, correct?
Correct.
And looking at the top of page 10, you cite DWR's technical memo BK 119, correct?
Correct.
And if we could please, Ms. Mullen, pull up BK 119. And just, well, she's pulling that, Ms. Mullen's pulling that up. You're citing to specifically the statement about the weight of the evidence approach, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony? Okay.
Correct.
And then if we could look at, and let's see, page 2 of this memo. And I think we need to scroll down a little bit towards the bottom. Perfect, thank you. So that statement that you cited to about the weight of the evidence is at that first full paragraph that you can see on the page. Well, the WRLCM did not.
Yep.
Okay. And you did not cite from further down on that page where it states, it should be noted, however, that these analyses do not fully account for the hydrodynamic minimization measures, such as the proposed tidal marsh restoration and the interaction of the subdaily NDD operations with downstream migratory behavior intended to further minimize any effect of the project. Correct?
Correct. That was not my point in discussing the winter run life cycle model. I pointed out in my original testimony that the agency did not rely on the winter run life cycle model for the reasons stated here. And then Dr. Greenwood raised the winter run life cycle model as if I had overlooked it or ignored its counterintuitive and unconfirmed results. And so I was pointing out that DWR also refused to rely on the winter run life cycle model results.
So, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I would move to strike the later part of that question. I understand, and Dr. Rosenfeld has over 70 pages of testimony, and I'm really just trying to move to this as quickly as possible. And the question was as simple as whether or not he considered that or cited to that section.
How about this, Dr. Rosenfield, if you would please stay as focused as possible on the question. I realize you have room to clarify your responses, of course.
And
I did not cite the lower part of that paragraph because it was not relevant to the point that I was making in my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. Does the ITP only require development and refinement of life cycle models?
No, the ITP has many terms and conditions.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up AHO 65. And this is the ITP, correct? You're familiar with this document?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 120, please. And if we could scroll so we can see that condition of approval 10.21.2. Great, thank you. Do you agree that this shows the condition of approval 10.21.2, Dr. Rosenfeld?
That's what it says, yep.
And this is the ITP condition related to life cycle models, correct?
That's what it says.
And if we look at this, it has 2 conditions, and they're denoted by 1 and 2. And the first condition is to fund the development and refinement of life cycle models, correct?
Correct.
And those are for all covered fish species, correct? If you read the first sentence.
Yeah, it's all species covered by the California Endangered Species Act, which are not all the listed species.
But it's all the covered fish species, correct?
All the species covered by this incidental take permit, yes.
And do you see condition 2 where it says provide data to consider in life cycle model updates to quantify the effects of covered activities, constructions, operation, and maintenance through phase 2 operations and ensure compliance with the covered fish species biological criteria.
I see where it says that, yes.
So would you agree that it's not just to provide data, but to ensure compliance with the biological criteria set forth in the ITP?
What's the it's there? I don't. Please restate your question.
Would you agree that condition of approval 10.21.2, number 2, requires that the data for the life cycles be inputted and used to, I'm just looking at the screen if you want to read it, to ensure compliance with covered fish species biological criteria?
That's what it says, as I answered, yes. So it says that. I think that it is the covered fish species biological criteria, as I mentioned in both my rebuttal and my original testimony, demonstrate unmitigated impact to the fishes or allow for unmitigated impact to the covered fishes. And with regard to the life cycle models, calling for their development and use does not mean that they will work, as evidenced by the winter run life cycle model. And calling for their development and use does not mean that they actually get used to the benefit of the species, as evidenced by the delta smelt life cycle model, which identifies summer delta outflow as one of the most important variables for protecting that species. And yet there are no protections for summer delta outflow in the DCP operations. So yes, it calls for life cycle models. Models themselves are not mitigations. Only the use of model results that are accurate would, and that lead to mitigation, would be actual mitigation.
Okay, I would move to strike all of it after the first part of the answer, which is relevant to the question that I asked.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if Ms. Morris is just asking whether the document says that, he answered that. And I don't know that we need to be asking whether the ITP says what it says. But my understanding was that she asked, if he thought that would ensure compliance with the biological criteria, and Dr. Rosenfield answered that question.
I did not ask his opinion. I asked what the ITP requires.
Okay.
So, if we're going to try and get through this quickly, I don't know that we need to spend time detailing what the ITP says. We can read the ITP.
Well, okay. So since you've now clarified the question, Ms. Morris, then we can strike Dr. Rosenfield's response to the extent it articulated his opinion. Of course, Mr. Busher will have redirect. And with that, I will leave this for you to go forward in the most efficient way possible.
And Dr. Rosenfeld, do you understand the conditions of approval 11.115, 11.116, and 11.117?
Can we scroll to them so that I can refresh my memory?
If you don't know, I'm not going to do it. If you don't recall what they are as you sit here right now.
Well, I see that they're the covered fish species biological criteria. So is your question, am I familiar with them? I'm familiar with the covered fish species biological criteria, yes.
And would you agree that you have no reason to disagree that the bullets that are listed below this are all of the required life cycle model developments that are subject to this condition 10.21.2, correct?
That's what it says.
And if we could scroll down to page 121, and I'm looking for a condition of approval 10.21.4. Right there. Great, thank you. Dr. Rosenfeld, are you familiar with this title, Wetland Restoration Efficacy Study?
I'm familiar with the ITP's calling for this study, yes.
And are you aware that the life cycle models used for assessing the ITP biological criteria will have to account for habitat mitigation actions such as illustrated in this 10.21.4?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the rebuttal. His testimony doesn't deal with this condition.
Its testimony specifically deals with life cycle models and them being the allegedly only mitigation, which is not accurate. And I'm trying to understand his understanding of what the life cycle models include and what information is being used.
So I think
Kelly,
he pretty clearly stated that it doesn't, his testimony is not that the only thing in the ITP is life cycle models. And 10.21.4 does not appear, is not a condition that he described in his rebuttal testimony. We're stuck within the confines of what he described.
He very clearly takes on the life cycle models, and this is related to the life cycle models and what they have to consider.
I'm going to allow the question for we'll see where this goes, but please, Dr. Rosenfield.
yeah, Ms. Morris has mischaracterized my testimony regarding the life cycle models. As I said just a moment ago, I don't think that they are the only mitigation called for in the ITP. And yes, I'm aware that the life cycle models would account for the lots of different effects, including the effects of tidal wetland restoration when they are developed. I would assume that let me rephrase. I would assume that the life cycle models would incorporate results of proposed mitigations and active mitigations for DCP and other water development projects in their modeling and analysis of impacts. That is the thing about models that haven't been developed yet is it's hard to say what they will actually include, but I understand the point that they will be required to account for the effects of tidal wetland restoration.
Thank you. And if we can, I want to talk a little bit about some of your findings and testimony regarding predation. So looking to your testimony, BK 300, page 11. Specifically, I think looking in and around paragraph 21. Are you aware of the science that supports the current understanding of predation and survival in the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed?
I'm going to need you to be more specific in your question. I'm generally aware of literature on predation in the Sacramento River, yes.
And would that include the Perry paper from 2018?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Perry paper from 2018.
And looking in your testimony and this same page, lines 24 through line 2 onto the next page, here you're essentially opining that you're not aware of any information that DWR has provided about how DCP would address near-field predation if it was found to be a significant problem, correct?
Correct.
And if we could pull up DWR 803, please, Ms. Mullen. And if we could scroll down a little bit so we can see the title. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
And this is the ITP application, correct? For the Delta Conveyance project?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
And if we could please go to PDF page 294. And are you aware that are you familiar with this North Delta Diversion Operations Adaptive Management and Monitoring Program?
Yes.
And have you read through this document?
I've skimmed it, yes.
If we could go to PDF page 314, please. If we could scroll down a bit to where we see 30, 3B. Keep going a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Great. Do you see on this page the objective to avoid densities of predators beyond those observed during baseline monitoring?
Yes.
And if we go down to the next page, there's an associated performance threshold, correct?
Yes.
And then below that, there, if we scroll down so you can see, there's proposed management responses, correct?
Yes.
And so DWR and CDFW have provided information regarding potential management responses to the issue of predation, correct?
DWR has not identified what it will do if predation at or downstream of the North Delta diversion increases to a level that is significant, impactful, and beyond its control. So
Define
it's
significant in your response. I want to understand what you mean by significant.
I
You-
mean that if it's biologically significant, impacting native fishes in particular, and the potential management responses identified here don't work, what will DWR do? It's
So-
assuming that DWR is assuming that its studies and modeling and potential management responses will be adequate to allow DCP to continue diverting water, even right, because these things will work. But we don't know that they will work. And there is some likelihood that they will not work. And I'm asking, what will DWR do then? It will have a very large, expensive diversion. Is it not going to use that diversion, even though it's causing harms? There's nothing in here that says to me that DWR can guarantee that its project will not lead to increased predation and increased harm to native fishes.
So thank you for that answer. That was not responsive to my question. My question was very specifically that you identified in your testimony that DWR did not identify these predation actions. And now you're saying something different. I'm hearing you saying, well, they did identify them, but I'm not sure they're going to work. Is that, am I understanding?
Can we go back to the statement in my testimony?
Yeah, objection, that misstates his testimony.
Yeah.
Let's look if we can, I don't have the testimony number, BK 300. Please, Ms. Mullen. And which statement are we looking at, Ms. Morris?
Well, we were generally on page 11, 21, paragraph 21. And it basically, the statement says, and DWR does not explain how it will respond if these studies conclude that it will be extremely difficult or expensive or require new construction or vastly different operations to avoid these potential negative effects. And I was walking through not only studies, but, and I have more, about what DWR and CDFW have identified.
All right, let's go back to, well, or to your next question, Ms. Morris. I don't think, Dr. Rosenfield, we don't have a question on the table, I don't think.
So
I'm trying to respond to the question that Ms. Morris says that I did not respond to.
Well, let's let her reframe it, please.
Okay.
I think we need to go back, if we could, to, sorry, I've flipped pages and now I have to find my reference here. 803, which we were on. And in your testimony, Dr. Rosenfeld, online, it's kind of mid, it's 25.5. You say, I am not aware of any information provided by DWR about how it will operate DCP if those required additional studies reveal that the near-field predation is a significant problem. You said that, right?
Yes.
And is your testimony today that this information doesn't address some of the actions that will be taken?
I think what I'm looking at does not address. It says that
I think you
that potential
answered
potential management responses could include triggering, could, not will, triggering of additional studies, which are not necessarily responding to the problem. It could include consideration of non-operational measures or consideration of operational refinement. So there's a lot of could consider, but not a lot of will do. What will the agency do to actually reduce the impact if the studies show that the impact requires serious reoperation of the project or new construction? That was the point of my rebuttal testimony.
Well, wouldn't those considerations need to be tailored upon actual observations that are not known at this time to be effective?
The consideration might need to be tailored, but they would also need to be done. And what this is potential management responses, and there is no requirement to do anything other than consider.
Okay, let's pull up AHO. Well, to your recollection, as you sit here today, does the ITP provide any indication of management responses to near-field effects such as predation?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
As you sit here today, based on your review and knowledge of the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project, are there any management responses to near-field effects such as predation covered in the ITP?
Well, the ITP calls for bypass flows that are believed to reduce impingement that can lead to entrainment. So yes, I recall that there are some, it calls for studies, calls for modeling, and it calls for some flow management.
And if we could please pull up AHO 65, please, Ms. Mullen. And if we could go to PDF page 126. And if we could scroll down to 10.26. Oh yeah, it's split page, thanks. Okay. Are you familiar with this ITP condition, 10.26?
I'd have to read a little bit to refresh my memory.
Do you know that if it includes incorporation of a fish guidance system into the North Delta intake structure?
Well, that's what the title says.
And if we do you see on the page 127, if you want to read to yourself the goal of the fish deterrence, that sentence? Let me know when you're ready.
Yep, I'm ready.
And do you understand that this requires DWR to convene a working group to evaluate the potential to include a fish deterrence or guidance system like a non-physical barrier into the North Delta intake structure design?
That's what it says.
And it also states that the goal of the system is to minimize interactions between juvenile winter run and spring run Chinook salmon at the intake structures and fish screens, correct?
Yes, it's addressing two of the covered species. It does not appear to be addressing the other covered species, but that's what it says. Yep.
So this would be another example of a management response to address potential increase in predation at the DCP intakes, correct?
No. Not
Is that
correct.
no or now? Sorry, no?
That's a no. When I'm talking about management response, I'm talking about actual actions that meaningfully and fully mitigate the impacts of the project. I'm not talking about convening a group to discuss something or convening a group to design something that we don't know if it can be designed, right? We don't know the outcome of this working group. Neither does DWR or DFW. Otherwise, they would have just called for the incorporation of the design feature that they're asking for a working group to study.
Move to strike. All that calls for speculation about whether or not and what DWR and California Department of Fish and Wildlife think.
I'm going to let Dr. Rosenfield explain his answers on these, so overruled.
Okay. Do you agree that you haven't had any discussion with anyone at DWR or California Department of Fish and Wildlife about whether or not a non-physical barrier could be constructed? Have you had any discussions, yes or no?
Whether a non-physical barrier could be constructed, I have not discussed that. I have discussed existing non-physical barriers, but not the hypothetical one that's being proposed here.
Why do you say hypothetical?
I do not see a design or specific feature that's being required here. I see a committee that's a working group that's being asked to design something that they might not be able to design it. What they design might not work, right? We don't know. And so I don't see, it's hypothetical. It's almost the definition of hypothetical. The working group is not hypothetical. What the working group produces, whether the fish notice that that this provision exists, is hypothetical.
And do you know that if it is feasible based on the monitoring and the biological criteria, if it will be required?
I'm not sure what that question means. Can you please rephrase it?
As you sit here today, do you know if if it is feasible to construct a potential fish deterrence or guidance system as part of the design, whether or not it will be required
Whether or not it will be required, I don't.
by the ITP?
It sounds like there are two questions in there. Can you please break it up into? You're asking, is it feasible and whether it is required?
Well, you've already said you don't think you've already said that this is, let me strike that. Let me start again. Are you assuming that it is not feasible to construct a non-physical barrier?
I'm not assuming that it's not feasible.
So you don't know, as you sit here today, if it's feasible or not.
I don't know whether it's feasible, and I don't know whether beyond the construction, whether it's feasible to develop something that actually works to the benefit of the fish and fully mitigates the impact.
Isn't the Georgiana Slough barrier a non-physical barrier that you referenced that is currently operational in the Delta?
It is. That's a very different environment than the diversions.
In your opinion?
No, in reality, the hood diversions will be a different environment than the Georgiana Slough intakes. And the non-physical barrier there, as I pointed out, does not appear to work all that well or reduce entrainment all that much. But that's about reducing diversion. That Georgiana Slough barrier is about reducing the entrainment of fish into Georgiana Slough. This is about reducing predation at the North Delta diversion. So it's operating around screens that haven't been built yet either. So this is a very different environment.
Would you agree that because it is a different environment, it makes sense to study it before?
I do agree that, yes, it does. It it makes sense to study it and it makes sense to design it before you propose to build the diversion, so that one can see how it will actually work and evaluate whether it will actually work. This is not that. This is setting for later the design and efficacy and study of efficacy of a hypothetical barrier, leaving that till later while the permit is being granted. This is part of the reason I don't think the ITP meets CESA requirements. It leaves a lot of potential impacts and questions about those impacts and whether they can be mitigated to be answered much later.
Thank you for your opinion on that. That wasn't my question, but don't you agree that this working group has to be convened, and this would be convened at least 2 years prior to the completion of 30% project design? So that would be well before the project became operational, correct, Dr. Rosenfeld?
If you're asking me to repeat what's in the ITP, then I think, I can read what's in the ITP.
Well, my question was, you said you made a statement. So do you disagree?
Are you asking for my opinion, or are you asking me to read what's in the ITP?
I'm asking you nicely and very politely here to answer my question, which is you say that there's a delay, but wouldn't you agree that this has to occur, according to the ITP, prior to the completion of 30% project design, which inevitably means prior to any operation or construction?
Objection vague as to this. Does vague mean, or does this mean convene the working group?
Can you
Yes.
clarify that, please, Ms. Morris?
Yes.
The existence of this term reveals that neither DFW nor DWR know how this barrier, this hypothetical barrier, will work or if it will work. That's why they need a working group. And that they're starting this 2 years in advance doesn't guarantee that they will have an answer at the end of 2 years, and also does not guarantee that that answer will be one that satisfies the need to mitigate the impact. It's an unknown. That's why there's a working group.
Let's look at your testimony on page 12, BK 300. And I want to direct your attention specifically to lines 8 and 9. Here you are describing what you understand to be a sensitivity analysis where near-field mortality in the O-band model was increased from 0 to 5 to 10%, correct?
Correct.
And didn't Dr. Greenwood clarify in his rebuttal testimony that the assumptions represented included any additional mortality both from near-term and from near-field and far-field impacts?
Objection vague as to the assumptions.
You're rebutting Dr. Greenwood's testimony, are you not?
I am.
Do you recall that Dr. Greenwood clarified in his rebuttal testimony that the O-band results that you are discussing here represented any additional mortality, both near field and far field?
I don't recall that he made that clarification, and it wouldn't change my opinion if it did.
And let's go to, since it won't change your opinion, I won't bother pulling it up. Let's go to page 18. Thank you. Here you're making, in this whole section C, your conclusion, Dr. Rosenfeld, is stating that DSM-2 qual is not sensitive enough to detect water temperature changes in Sacramento River inflow to the Delta because of the proposed DCP diversions, correct?
I'm saying that it's not likely to be sensitive enough, correct?
And Dr. Rosenfeld, are you a hydrodynamic modeler?
I am not.
Have you ever used the DSM-2 model to simulate water temperatures?
I have not.
And you already said earlier that you didn't confer with anyone else in drafting your testimony, correct?
I said that no one helped me write my testimony, is I believe what you asked.
And do you know the mathematical formulation that is used in DSM-2 to model hydrodynamics and water temperature?
I do not.
Well, what expertise do you have to make the statement regarding DSM-2 qual on lines 11 to 12 of this page?
I have my review of the literature that exists on DSM-2 qual that I referenced, that I read from DWR, and my understanding of models in general and what they are designed to do and what they're not designed to do. I also have my read of the Vroom model of 2017, which studied a related question and did detect temperature effects, and my knowledge that the Vroom model is a more sensitive model than the DSM-2 qual model. So DWR points out several limitations of DSM-2. I'm not saying it's a bad model or it shouldn't be used ever, or that it's, I'm not saying that it's a bad model. I'm saying that there are limitations to the model, as with any model, but more limitations in a one-dimensional model than a three-dimensional model, and that those limitations likely don't allow it to detect the small temperature differences that are of real biological impact to native fishes.
So just regarding the hydrodynamic modeling, you don't have any specific expertise, just your review of documentation, correct?
My review of documentation and the relevant published literature, yes.
Okay. And in review, in this section, you cite a Vroom, which you talked about as a different model, but in terms of what you cite to, is it fair to say then that your criticisms of DSM-2 are fully reliant on what's been marked as AHO 1036? That's what you cite. I just want to make sure I understand that if there's
No, it's not limited to that. I mean, I read the DWR's description of its model, and expert testimony presented here in this proceeding, in the EIR, etc. And I've seen DSM-2 modeling in other circumstances.
But you only cite to what's been marked as AHO 1036 to support this specific testimony, correct? That's what you cite to.
Okay.
And looking at this testimony on page 18 again, lines 27 to 28, where it says, because DSM-2 qual does not account for the effect of certain factors. Do you see that?
Yep.
What factors are you referencing in that sentence?
Specifically, DSM-2 doesn't account for vertical salinity stratification and vertical temperature stratification that are important further down in the estuary. It does not account well for movement of water or salinity through open water areas of the delta, like flooded islands. That's DWR's own findings about its model.
Okay, let's explore that some. And let's look at what you cite to for that statement. If we could pull up AHO 1036, please. And if we could go to PDF page 15. Good. Scroll down a little bit, please, so we could see this. Yep, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And
I'm sorry, Ms. Moritz, sorry to interrupt. Before you ask this question, can you just scroll down a tiny bit farther so I can see what the internal page number is on this one? Thank you.
Okay. And these are the lines that you're quoting, correct, on lines 23 to 27 of your testimony, looking at lines 18 here through 19?
I believe I quoted from line 8 as well, but
Sure, we can count that one, those
sure.
3 lines.
Yep. So where it says, for instance, thus it does not account for any salinity gradients that may exist within the open water bodies. Significant uncertainty exists in flow and EC input data related to delta agriculture, which leads to uncertainty in the estimated EC values. It has limitations in simulating the hydrodynamics related to the open water areas of the delta. And again, it does not model downstream of Martinez, so it's not, its modeling boundary does not include the estuary as a whole and effects that will occur downstream or may occur downstream as a result of diverting water upstream.
And I want to ask you specifically, did you read lines 28 through 30 on this same paragraph? That the modifications were made. It says, however, did you read that sentence?
I did.
And your opinion is that even though this addresses the issue, it doesn't account, in your opinion, based on your literature review, it doesn't address the DSM-2 issue that you've raised.
You're stating that it addresses the issue that I raised. Is that correct?
I'm asking you.
Okay. No, it doesn't address the issue that I raised. It's they're calibrating the model to account. The calibration is basically accounting for the ways that the original process-based code doesn't produce an accurate answer. So then there's a calibration.
Have you used the DSM-2 calibration and code?
I'm telling you what a calibration is.
Okay, but you haven't reviewed the DSM-2, right?
No, but the fact that they calibrated it, that they needed to calibrate it to account for a loss in accuracy, as it states there.
So it's your opinion that this paragraph does not, this does not address, in your opinion, the limitation that you addressed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Which of the limitations that you state in paragraph 39 led to your conclusion and C, that DSM-2 is not sensitive enough to model the effect of flow changes on water temperatures downstream of the proposed North Delta intakes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm trying to hold in my mind this statement that you attribute to me and your question about it.
Okay, well, we went through this, but I'm happy to redirect you. If you look at page 39, your testimony, in lines 27 to 28, you talk about certain factors. And my question is, and we discussed that, I asked you what those factors were, and I'm asking you now, which of the limitations in your paragraph 39 led to the conclusion C in your testimony about DSM-2 not being sensitive enough to model effect of flow changes on water temperatures downstream of the proposed North Delta intakes?
I'm saying that it's likely not sensitive enough. And the thing that leads me to that conclusion is that a more sensitive model does find temperature differences. And there are several papers that I cited that observe temperature differences corresponding with flow. And so I'm saying it is likely that DSM-2 given its relatively, in a model sense, simple nature, one dimension, is not sensitive enough. All of this is in the context of me saying, I presented evidence that this might be an important problem and it deserves more study. So
If it deserves more study, wouldn't that just be hypothetical as you've defined all studies and gathering more information is just hypothetical and not fiction?
that you're
Objection,
putting
argumentative.
words in my mouth.
Is this a good time for a break? Because I'm gonna shift gears a little bit.
That sounds good. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:52.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And it looks like we have Ms. Morris, Mr. Busher, and Dr. Rosenfield. So I will turn back to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Dr. Rosenfield, before we took a break, you were talking about citations to other temperature models, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that none of the papers you cited in your testimony deal with diversions within the delta affecting temperature?
No, they all happen in the context of existing diversions.
That wasn't my question. None of the papers you cite actually deal with diversions within the delta having an impact on temperature, correct? As opposed to diversions upstream.
They all happen in the context of existing diversions in the delta and existing diversions upstream. They don't manipulate diversions in either place.
Oh, let's talk. Well, I'm not sure I understand that. Let's talk about the Vroom paper because you cite to the Vroom paper.
Yes.
You're in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And if we could go, Ms. Mullen, please, to BK 226. And this is the Vroom paper you are citing to in your testimony, correct, Dr. Rosenfeld?
Correct.
And in paragraph 42, you cite to this paper as evidence of DCP's potential to increase water temperatures, correct?
Correct.
And looking at this paper, if we could go to PDF page 13, please. And if we could scroll down to that section 3.2, great, thank you. And looking at this section 3.2, delta water temperature sensitivity based on a 2D modeling, can you read the first sentence and the last paragraph, starting with just when the discharge of the inflowing river?
When the discharge of the inflowing river is reduced to 33% of the discharge in the reference simulation, comparable to the difference in peak discharge between water year 2011 and water year 2012, the temperature rises in almost the entire delta with increases up to 1 degree Celsius averaged over the year.
And based on that description, do you agree that inflowing river discharge was reduced to 33% or 1/3 for this modeling effort?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
I
what
heard
it
you
says.
say in your testimony on your slides that it was reduced to it was only reduced by 1/3, but it's actually, and maybe I misunderstood, it's actually reducing it by 2/3, correct?
That's what it says here, and I may have miswritten what is in my
It's all good.
presentation.
I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. So in other words, the flow in this study was reduced by 67%.
That's what it says here. I'd have to read again to see whether it says something different that created my initial impression.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you agree with me that this paper is reducing inflow by 67%, correct?
It's reducing inflow comparable to the difference in peak discharge between these two water years, and that, according to what it says here, is about 67%. Yes.
And do you agree that in this paper, discharge was reduced for multiple rivers entering the delta?
Correct.
And just if we could look at PDF page 6, I think it might be helpful to see. And if we could scroll, there you go. Thank you. And these blue, I don't know, asterisks for lack of a better word, that are notated as the inflow boundary, are those the points where the diversion was where it was reduced? the discharge?
Yes,
And would you agree that the inflow boundary where the flows were reduced, that those locations are upstream of the delta?
yes,
And is it accurate to say that the proposed DCP intake sites are located on the Sacramento River and would not be diverting water at the other river locations identified in this study?
correct.
And coming back to the study modeling the assumption of reducing discharge by 67%, as you sit here today, can you point me to any DCP operational criteria that would allow annual diversion of 67% of the Sacramento River flow?
As we sit here today, no, I can't.
And that's because there aren't any, correct?
As I sit here today, I can't point you to the information you asked for.
And going back to page 13, please, to that section 3.2. Thank you. And even if a hypothetical project on the Sacramento River were to divert 67% of flow, that wouldn't equate to 67% of total delta inflow, correct?
Correct.
And looking at the very last sentence shown on this page 13, what was the modeled delta temperature increase averaged over the year?
I'm sorry, where are you asking me to look?
I'm looking again at that last paragraph about the temperature rises.
The temperature rises in almost the entire delta with increases up to 1 degree Celsius averaged over the year.
And would you agree that the paper found that the largest increases were in the central delta?
Correct.
And so hypothetically, if a project or projects reduce discharge into the delta by 67%, consistent with the assumptions and modeling in this study, the maximum annual average temperature increase in the delta would be 1 degree Celsius, correct?
I would need to look at the rest of the paper. This is a bit out of context. The image that I showed, the graphic that I showed from this paper in my presentation shows up to 2 degrees Celsius differences and maybe more. And I'll note that the average over the year is not really relevant. It's the temperature at the times that the fish and wildlife are using the delta that's important. So that's where you'd really want to study.
But regardless, the entire paper is reducing discharge by 67% upstream of the delta, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, I'm following up on his follow-up question that was really not part of my question, so I think I'm entitled to make sure.
Let's please, Dr. Rosenfield.
This paper studied discharges according to the paragraph that Ms. Morris pointed me to of a 67% reduction in discharge.
If we could go back to Dr. Rosenfeld's testimony, BK 300, and looking at page 22. And if we could scroll down, I'm just generally dealing with paragraph 50, beginning on lines 24. And in this section, do you see where you state generally only in regards to condition 11.111?
Yes.
And in your statement, generally only, are you acknowledging that the condition of approval 11.111 also has seasonal diversion criteria outside the March through May window?
Now, I was referring specifically to the provision of 11.111 that Dr. Greenwood specifically refers to with regard to protection of migrating Chinook salmon, which is the diversion criteria below 35,000 CFS.
And if we could go, please, to AHO 65. And Dr. Rosenfeld, are you generally familiar with the condition of approval 11.111 and its subparts?
I am.
And if we could please go to PDF page starting on 205. And this is 11.11, correct?
Correct.
And if we could scroll down, I think to page, I believe it's on page 208. And do you see that this condition of approval also has seasonal operations of the North Delta intakes and different operational criteria?
I see that, but I don't consider 11.111.2 to be the same as the condition of approval 11.111 that I was referring to. You can see in this, what we're looking on the page here, that condition 11.111.2 refers back to condition 11.111, right? And if 11.111 is not a separate thing, then this whole reference is circular and puts you in an infinite loop. So I was referring to the specific conditions that Dr. Greenwood identified in 11.111.
Well, actually,
From
let's
March through May.
testimony, because you actually are saying, regardless of the effect on temperature, you were citing 11.111, not 11.111.1.
Right, 11.111, I'm saying, is not 11.111.2.
But you would agree that in 11.11 there are subparts, and that this particular subpart of 11.111 includes seasonal operational diversion criteria for the North Delta intakes, correct?
We can get to the point of your question in a second, but I am saying that 11.111 is separate from 11.111.2. So when I was referring to 11.111, I was referring to the conditions that are identified in that main section, and the subsections refer back to that main section, which must mean that it is a section alone. Dr. Greenwood was referring to the sections of 11.111 that referred to March through May. I was rebutting his testimony. He referred specifically to the March through May provisions, and that's what I was rebutting. But now, to answer your question, yes, this subsection, or whatever we want to call it, I found the numbering here to be disorienting. 11.111.2 has diversion criteria for other months. Besides March through May, they are not ones that Dr. Greenwood pointed to as protective of. He was saying that the impacts on Chinook salmon would be minor because of the provisions of 11.111 that refer to March through May diversions. And I am saying that March through May diversion, that specific subpart would A, not be fully protective of migrating Chinook salmon at that time, and B, do not cover Chinook salmon that migrate at other times. These diversion criteria are not protective of Chinook salmon migrating at those other times.
And yet there are operational diversion criteria in the ITP for every single month of the year, correct?
I believe so. There are operational criteria, yes.
And those include, and this specific one is referring to diversion criteria, correct?
Correct.
If we can go to, please, page 213 of this. And I think, let's see, I want to make sure I'm right there. Do you see the paragraph just starting where it says operating criteria included in condition of approval 11.111, and then it lists several other?
Yes.
Are you aware that 11.11 has multiple sub requirements that are listed right here under the conditions of approval 11.115.1, 11.116.1, and 11.117.1?
I'm aware that there are conditions of approval with those numbers. As to whether they are subparts of 11.111, the wording in the text doesn't make that clear.
I'm confused. So are you saying that because it's 11.111 point something else that it's not applicable in your mind? Or again, it doesn't matter how it's numbered. I get that it may be
No, it's applicable.
but
But
the criteria apply whether it's numbered 11.111 or 11.1115.1, correct? It's part of the overall condition of approval. You're just
yes.
okay. So you just take issue that you were looking at 11.111 and whatever's in that section as a standalone in response to this. You didn't look through the other subparts of the condition for approval.
No, I looked through the other subparts of condition. I was responding to Dr. Greenwood's testimony that 11.111 and its provisions about March through May flow, which are covered under the main heading 11.111, were protective of migrating Chinook salmon and other species. That's what I was referring to.
And these other subparts, are you aware that these additional 11.112, 113, and 114 are further conditions of approval that restrict DCP operations?
Yes, I'm aware that they are further conditions of approval.
And wouldn't the operational criteria, the habitat restoration, and other relevant mitigation measures required by the ITP also be in effect while other native fishes are present in the system?
Other fish are present in the system year round, and they would be that these conditions of approval are operating at times when other fish would be in the system, yes.
And I want to go back to BK 300, please, Ms. Mullen, and if we could go to page 29. And down, if you could, to around paragraph 66. Thanks. Dr. Rosenfeld, is it correct your testimony points to water temperature and freshwater flow as the major drivers for fall run salmon?
Yes.
And do the papers by Michelle et al. 2018, BK Exhibit 166, and Friedman et al. 2019, BK Exhibit 125, support your opinion?
Yes.
And would you agree that a cohort is the fish produced the same year?
Yeah, the fish that hatch in 1 year are a cohort for Chinook salmon, are a cohort of Chinook salmon.
And are you aware that the Michelle paper also concluded that marine survival is a major contributor to overall cohort strength?
I'm aware that the Michelle paper identified an extreme event that occurred in the late 2000 knots that had an impact on returning fall run Chinook salmon, and he used that example to as the exception that proves the rule, that ocean conditions very rarely have impacts on the overall relationship of stock recruit for winter run Chinook or for Chinook salmon. They sometimes do, but the rule is that the more obvious, more comprehensive pattern is that flow conditions, including water temperature in freshwater, really determine the outcome of cohort success.
And that's your recharacterization of the Michelle paper, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay. Would you agree that escapement is the number of adult salmon returning to spawn?
Yes, that's what it's called.
And are you aware that the Friedman paper concluded that for their modeling predicting Central Valley CV fall run escapement, the most inclusion of the marine predation index had the most significant effect on model performance?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope. Friedman paper wasn't discussed in his rebuttal testimony. She wanted to ask about it. She should have asked the last time around.
He just testified about the Friedman paper and the
You
Michelle
asked him
paper,
about it.
that was based on his opinion.
You asked him about the Friedman paper. It's not in the rebuttal testimony.
He answered.
Point me to where it's cited if I'm wrong.
He refers back to his testimony, and that was Michelle and Friedman, and I went and pulled it. So he's referring back to his previous testimony for the position that freshwater flow and temperature are the major drivers.
So fair enough. You can ask him about freshwater flow and temperature. Friedman is not cited in the rebuttal testimony. It's beyond the scope. That's been the rule for the rebuttal phase, is we are limited to the scope of the rebuttal testimony. If it's a paper that's not discussed, I don't understand how that's within the scope.
I think that's right, Ms. Morris. I mean, I understand that your point is that his response referred to the paper, but it's not within the scope here. So I think we need to move on, although you can ask, the more general question about the topic.
I'm just going to direct the hearing officer to page 30 and paragraph 67. I do believe this is within the scope for the reasons stated above and in my previous testimony, which the witness just testified to was Michelle and Friedman. I stand by my opinions.
I mean, the fact that he agrees with his prior testimony, I don't think means his entire prior testimony suddenly becomes the scope of this of the rebuttal phase of this proceeding. I think that's been the rule as well throughout the rebuttal.
But this is,
I think that's, I'm going to allow it. I mean, this is tricky, right? Because the rebuttal testimony explicitly says I haven't changed my opinion. I will, for this limited purpose, Ms. Morris, if you don't have a lot of questions about the Friedman paper and it's related to the statement in paragraph 67, then let's go forward, please.
I have only the one question that I asked, which I'm guessing at this point I have to.
Probably. Thank you.
Okay. Are you aware that Friedman concluded that for their modeling and predicting Central Valley fall run escapement, the inclusion of the marine predation index had the most significant effect on model performance?
I really have to see the context of that sentence in order to explain I mean, you're saying that it says that. I'm not going to disagree with you that it says that, but in order for me to explain what that means, I would have to see the sentence in context.
So you don't disagree that it says that or finds that, you just maybe disagree that you would characterize it differently?
I have no basis to agree or disagree because I'm not looking at the paper. Last time I read the paper was a little while ago when I developed my initial testimony. So I don't remember that's the context for that statement.
Let's pull up.
I did, however, present new information that reinforces my belief that freshwater flow is the key driver of Chinook salmon success in my rebuttal testimony.
But that wasn't the Friedman paper, correct?
Correct. I'm not recalling the line-by-line details of the Friedman paper as I sit here in this moment.
Do you have an opinion? You say that DWR on page 28 misrepresented how ocean harvest is regulated. Do you have an opinion? It says here, the premise of these questions appeared to be, and I'm looking at page 28, line 5 through 7, that the 3-year closure of the salmon fishery was a result of mismanagement of ocean fishery. Do you believe that there is mismanagement of ocean fishery?
No, I don't. I think the 3-year closure of the salmon fishery demonstrates that they're managing the fishery to protect the fish.
And I want to turn to, in that 3-year period, or do you agree that in general, the fishery is well managed? The ocean harvest is well managed?
Objection beyond the scope. What PFMC does and whether they do that right is not part of Dr. Rosenfield's testimony. He was responding to questions by Ms. Morris related to the rationale for the 3-year closure. She wants to ask about the rationale for the 3-year closure. That's fine. If we're talking generally about whether PFMC does a good or a bad job managing the fishery, I don't think he opined on that, and I think that's beyond the scope.
I'm interested to know if Dr. Rosenfield has an opinion. So please, Dr. Rosenfield.
Can you repeat the question?
On page 28, you state that DWR misrepresented how ocean harvest is regulated. My question was, beyond the 3-year period that you testified, do you believe that ocean harvest is mismanaged?
I don't believe that it is mismanaged, no.
And I want to look now at
In general, let me say, because I'm sure there's some specific case where I might have a different opinion, but in general, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council has closed the fishery, which is as dramatic an action as they can take in order to protect the fishery at times when inland conditions, or in 2008, 2009, that rare ocean condition event meant that no fishery was sustainable. They lay out their rules, as I've described here, for protecting the fishery, and they have a process and they appear to follow it.
I want to go looking at page 34 of your testimony. Well, following up on that last question or last response you gave me, are you okay with the level? Do you agree with the level of take allowed by the council, since you have an opinion about it?
Objection beyond the scope, and I'm not sure he expressed an opinion about the level of take, which is specific to endangered species, not the fishery, the level of fish caught by the fishery in general.
Well, I meant the level of fish caught by the fishery, and I think he just said he supported it because of the closure, but now that it makes me wonder about whether he has an opinion about the management and the level of take allowed for fish to take.
I think that is outside the scope. I granted some leeway there, but let's move on to the next question, please.
I'm a little confused because when a witness asks questions and answers questions and gives a longer response, then I'm not permitted to follow up on questions that are specific to that response. I mean, I understand, but they're providing additional information. So I'll move on, but it does seem a little odd that if a witness testifies something that we can't ask a follow-up question about it.
Well, it's going to be a case by case, right? Because if you leave as long as your questions are within the scope, I think that is permissible. In this instance, I think I granted some leeway.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So we're looking at, if we could scroll down to, yep, white sturgeon. Great. Are you aware that DWR is currently developing a life cycle model for white sturgeon under the State Water Project Long-Term Operation ITP?
I have heard of that, yes.
And are you aware of the factors that are being included in that model?
I'm not privy to a specific detailed list of what's being included in that model.
So you have no awareness. You said you're not privy, but do you?
I know what would and should be included in a model in my opinion as I sit here, but that would obviously change as I discussed it. If I were to discuss it with members of the team working on that, I have not been part of their conversations, so I don't know what they're including in their model or how they're characterizing different variables.
Well, and since you mentioned that in the development of a white sturgeon life cycle model, would you include flow as a factor that affects recruitment?
Absolutely.
And what about spawning habitat?
If there was some credible evidence that spawning habitat, by which well, let me step back. Flow is part of the spawning habitat for these fish. So to the extent that some other element of habitat, such as bottom substrate, was believed to be plausibly limited, and there's data on the extent of that hypothetical bottom substrate, then sure, I would support including it, if only, because the model might tell you, the process of developing the model might tell you whether it has any, that hypothetical limitation has any bearing on the actual population dynamics.
So physical habitat could be important.
Sure, it could be important.
And what about water temperature? Would you include that?
It could be important. So it would be important to explore whether it was important, whether there's any evidence. The point of making a model is to simplify reality. You don't include every variable, even if it might be important. You have to do exploratory analyses to determine whether there's any evidence that it is important, and then let the model tell you how important it is.
So would you agree that it's important to collect data to determine if these items are important and should be incorporated in a life cycle model? Oh, I can't talk.
I believe we have temperature data and understand the temperature limitations of white sturgeon. So I think those data are collected.
But my question was different. Do you think it's important to collect data to determine if these items are important in a life cycle model development?
Are you asking whether it's important to collect new data or to assemble data that you may have?
Let's start with new data, and then we'll go to the next question so I don't get an objection that it's compound.
The collecting new data depends on how, what the demands for the product are. If the requirement for the white sturgeon life cycle model is that it be developed very quickly, then you don't have time to find new data. If you have all the time in the world, then sure, more data is, scientists love to have data. And that's because, you might find something very important that you otherwise wouldn't think is that important. So the question is, how much data do you have now that are relevant to modeling the life cycle of these fish? And how quickly does this product need to be developed?
And if data doesn't exist for a potentially important topic, isn't it important to collect that data to inform that particular issue in the life cycle model?
Again, it depends on the demands of the model, what you're asking the model to do, when the model is needed, what kind of accuracy you want it to have. There are ways of working around not having data, such as, for instance, that predation problem or near field impact problem you were asking me about before. The DWR for one Chinook salmon run appropriately bounded the problem or I don't know if they chose the right bounds, but they did a sensitivity analysis on near field impacts to Chinook salmon from operation of the Delta Conveyance to see how important could this variable be in the life cycle of the fish. So that's what you do when you don't have data, is construct the model where you do have data and then build in a component for parts where you don't have data and ask how does the model result change if I vary these things within some range I imagine to be reasonable. So there are ways of working around not having data.
And in your opinion, have life cycle models generally been effective tools in informing state water project operations for listed species?
No.
Why not?
What's the reason they haven't been effective, or what's the evidence that they haven't been effective?
You said no. I'm asking you why not? It's your answer. You get to decide how you answer. Why do you think that life cycle models have not been effective tools in informing state water project operations for listed species?
Okay, the first example is we discussed already this morning, the winter run life cycle model is a model that has received a lot of time and attention and effort, and its results were not, DWR does not rely on the results of that model in its assessment of impacts to winter run Chinook salmon for reasons that they should explain. But they did a model run, it disagreed with all of their other models, and they chose to go with the other models. So that's one example of where a life cycle model was not.
Sorry, Dr.
I'm still answering.
No, but I'm not asking about for DCP and your opinion here. What I'm asking about is specifically your response to why have life cycle models not been effective tools in informing state water project operations for listed species currently, not for DCP. And you said, no, they're not effective. And I'm asking why historically have they not been effective in your opinion?
Okay.
Not
I'm
as
giving you an example, which is one time it did in this DC as an example of how it may or may not be effective. In DCP, it was not effective for the reasons I just described.
DCP is not operational, and there aren't those. That's not my question is very specific about state water project operations historically for listed species.
Okay.
Why has life cycle models not been effective in your opinion?
So I'm gonna object here. She asked a question, he asked her to clarify it, and she said, you answer how you want to, and asked an open-ended question for examples of why life cycle models don't necessarily work to protect listed species in terms of
I
project
understand,
operations.
Mr. Busher, and then Ms. Morris
and then cut him off. So let him answer the question.
My first question was specific, and he said no, and I asked him to answer. I did not ask him in the context of DCP.
It doesn't matter. Let's put this aside. Let's start again with, now your question is, Ms. Morris, as I understand it, based on historical operations of the State Water Project, does Dr. Rosenfield have an opinion as to whether life cycle models, you'll need to clarify this for me, but have been successfully relied upon or not?
He said no, and so my question was,
but you had not clarified historically, right? I mean, that's we're going back. So let's start there again, and then we can go forward with this line of questioning.
Actually, let me just ask this question. Do you consider the Nobrega and Rosenfield paper that you co-authored to be a life cycle model?
It is a form of life cycle model, yes.
Let's go to page 39 of your testimony. And in general, you're talking about the Glenn-Colusa, you're citing to a paper at the Glenn-Colusa Irrigation District Diversion Canal. So my question here is, where is the Glenn-Colusa Irrigation Diversion Canal located?
Upstream on the Sacramento River.
About how far upstream from the proposed Delta Conveyance project is this facility located?
I don't have a river mile at the tip of my tongue right here. It's far upstream.
And Dr. Rosenfeld, on average, how many larval green sturgeon do the fish monitoring programs catch in the Delta?
I don't have that data at the tip of my tongue.
Do you have any estimates?
Can you show me where I testified about that?
Well, you're citing to a study about Glencalusa Irrigation Dam, District Dam,
Right.
and it's in the context of larval green sturgeon. So my question is, are you aware, on average, how many green sturgeon the fish monitoring program catches in the Delta?
Yeah, well, so we just established that Glencalusa is upstream of the Delta, and I did talk about that in this paragraph here. And now you're asking me about different sampling, different monitoring
For the answer
programs
to
that
the
happen
question, you can
downstream.
answer it. If not, I'll
I
allow
said that
it. My
He
question.
said he didn't know.
I didn't.
You asked
did
he
Dr.
said, I don't have that at the tip of my tongue, and you asked the same question a second time.
No, I didn't. I said, do you have a general idea? Do you have an estimate?
I
And then he went on to describe
Well,
how
let's answer that question. Do you have a general idea or estimate, Dr. Rosenfield? And
green sturgeon are very, very rare. So I would expect that as a general estimate, the number would be very, very low
in the Delta.
in the Delta. The place where they are caught most frequently, as far as I'm aware, is in the salvage facilities of the state and federal water projects.
And Dr. Rosenfeld, do green sturgeon spawn in the Delta?
No, they do not.
No. When you said green sturgeon are salvaged in the federal and state facilities, were you referring to larvae?
I believe that it's mostly juvenile.
Thank you. And looking at paragraph, let's see, we can go to page 41. Paragraph 99. Looking at lines 5 to 6. Here and in several other locations over the next several pages, you state that DWR suggests that the longfin smelt abundance and delta outflow relationship no longer exists. Is that correct?
That is my interpretation of Dr. Greenwood's rebuttal testimony and your questions to me on cross-examination earlier.
And your assertion is based on Dr. Greenwood's testimony, particularly figure 1, which plots longfin smelt fall midwater trawl index versus December-May delta outflow and the associated text describing it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Dr. Greenwood's testimony, which is, I believe, DWR 807R2. And if we could please go, I think it's bottom of 18, top of 19. Okay, on these pages, Dr. Greenwood explains that figure 1, which is, if we can scroll down on page 19, is an updated version of figure 21 of a CDFW memo provided as DWR 1118, correct? If we need to
Correct.
scroll up so you can see, okay. And if, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up DWR 01118. And if we could look at page 33, please. And scroll down a little bit. This is figure 21 from the report that Dr. Greenwood's testimony referenced, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This is figure 21 from the CDF report, correct?
It's figure 21. Yes.
And this is a similar plot to figure 1 from Dr. Greenwood's testimony that we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
So in figure 1 in Dr. Greenwood's testimony appears consistent with an earlier analysis. And if we could pull up Dr. Greenwood's testimony again on that same page. No, I'll wait and then I'll re-ask the question. So it's 807, or wait, I'm not saying the right number. Hold on. 807R2. Great. And so that figure 1 in Dr. Greenwood's testimony appears consistent with the earlier analysis by CDFW that we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
And
Don't believe that, well, it's consistent, but I don't believe that DWR stated the interpretation that Dr. Greenwood states in his testimony.
Do you have any specific lines where Dr. Greenwood's testimony claims that there's no longer a long fin smelt flow abundance relationship?
I found it very difficult to pin down Dr. Greenwood's actual rebuttal to a lot of my testimony, and this was a place where I struggled to determine what his point was, but I think that I cited the words that he used to say that there's a suggestion that the flow abundance relationship has changed and that it's might not be useful any longer. But
Well,
again, he didn't state a specific Dr. Rosenfield is wrong, and here's my evidence to say why he's wrong. So it's a little bit I had to interpret what exactly he was getting at by presenting this figure and what he said about it.
well, let's go back to your testimony then. BK 300, please. And then if we could scroll, I believe, to the page 40. So you said you quoted where you think Dr. Greenwood said this. And just in looking at this, is that looking at paragraph 97? Is that what you're relying on? That
Yep.
evidence? What?
Yes.
Okay. So in your opinion, that's Dr. Greenwood saying there's no longer a long fin smelt flow abundance relationship?
He says there's evidence that the relationships between long fin smelt indices and abundance and delta outflow have changed over time, and suggesting that the outflow abundance relationships have changed in a way that it's important to understand mechanisms involved. And this is in response to me saying that DCP operations are expected to reduce productivity and abundance of long fin smelt by reducing delta outflow during winter spring months. So it's a rebuttal testimony. I'm taking it that he is disagreeing with my stated opinion that I reference in paragraph 97.
I
And I'm
understand.
working from that basis.
I
Otherwise, I don't know what the rebuttal is. Like it's important to understand mechanisms. Okay.
Let's go back to Dr. Greenwood's testimony, 807R2. And then if we could go back to, I believe it was page 19, had the figure on it.
Can we zoom out or scroll up a little bit so we can see the paragraph above this as well,
I have a
please?
question. You're welcome to, but my question is specifically on the chart. So looking at this figure 1, would you agree that the line for the pre-clam era, pink, is steeper than the line for the climate shift era, purple, shown in purple?
As a matter of statistics, I would not agree with that.
Statistically, you don't agree with it, but visually you do?
Visually is not relevant. Dr. Greenwood states that I
There's no
believe
pending question, hearing
Okay.
officer Kinsey.
Okay.
If we could go to page 20 of, I think, the same document. And then I'm looking at lines 8 through 13. So where it begins the analysis of potential effects. Can you read that sentence to yourself?
Yes.
So is it your assertion that Dr. Greenwood's language equates to a claim that no relationship exists between Longfin smelt and delta outflow, despite his testimony also referencing the analysis conducted for the ITP application, which included several potential variables, including outflow?
Dr. Greenwood states in the figure referenced above that the slope of the most recent time period is statistically no different from 0. That's the same as saying that there's no effective flow on abundance. So as I pointed out, his testimony, that part of his testimony contradicts the findings that he acknowledges here. The point of doing the analysis is to determine whether there's an effective DCP and its diversions on Longfin smelt. Previously, DWR identified that there would be an effect. Dr. Greenwood's presentation of that figure and analysis of that most recent time period suggests that he thinks that the impact would no longer occur because there's no longer a relationship.
But regardless of what you interpret, Dr. Greenwood, and assume based on his rebuttal to your testimony, do you agree that the incidental take permit application included several potential variables, that one of which was outflow and the impacts on Longfin smelt?
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not sure I'm tracking. The ITP application or the ITP?
The ITP application, in which the ITP is based on, that it included and looked at several potential variables, one of which included outflow, correct?
The ITP application includes a representation of abundance and delta outflow in its estimates of effect of DCP on Longfin smelt populations.
And Dr. Rosenfeld, do you believe that droughts can have impacts on Longfin smelt?
I believe that the response of the water managers who operate the water management infrastructure can have an impact on Longfin smelt.
I'm talking about droughts, and you just said that water manager actions have an impact. So my question is, do you believe that droughts can have impact on Longfin smelt?
I believe that droughts have impacts on Longfin smelt, and those impacts are mediated through operation of the water management infrastructure.
And would that include the impacts are occurring over shorter periods of drought timeframes?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let's look at, if we could scroll back to page 19 and the figure. Thank you. Earlier, when I asked you about the steepness of the pink line versus the purple line, you said you didn't really answer. You just said it's not statistically accurate it's not steeper from a statistical standpoint. How can you reach a statistical conclusion between those two lines?
I'd have to replay your question to me.
Okay,
But I think you asked if I would agree that the upper line is steeper than the lower line. And I said that I would not, because statistically, there may be no difference between them. There are methods for determining whether those lines have different slopes. In an earlier publication of mine and earlier publications I cited, where people used this kind of approach in analyzing longfin smelt population dynamics, they specifically analyzed time periods. There were less than 4 of them at the time. They specifically analyzed time periods and concluded that the slope of the flow abundance relationship for longfin smelt had not changed over time. That's research I did, research Kimmerer did, research other researchers have done. So Dr.
But how can you
Greenwood,
draw that conclusion that
Can
you
we let him answer? Can we let him finish his sentence, please?
I'm saying that the analysis needs to be done, and I see evidence in the results in the footnote that Dr. Greenwood presents that purple line, the what's quote called the climate shift period, is not statistically different from the post-pod line by the same methodology that Dr. Greenwood uses to suggest that the climate shift line could be 0. The same methodology comparing the error bounds of the estimate for the slope would suggest that there is no statistical difference between the purple line and the aqua line for the post-pod period. It also suggests that there's a lot of overlap with the slope estimate. I mean, the statistics are about the variance and the estimate and the trend in the variance. And there's a lot of variance there, so it's hard to distinguish those slopes in a statistical way. Previous analyses have concluded that the slopes have not changed over time, and research that I've done with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service colleague gets to the explanation of why that slope hasn't, the slope hasn't changed, even though the perceived intercept has changed.
Okay, I don't think I was asking you about those, but we'll move on. So in your testimony, to demonstrate the robustness of the relationship between longfin smelt abundance and delta outflow, you cite multiple peer-reviewed studies, correct?
Correct.
And the most recent of these studies being Saffarina et al., which was published shortly after Dr. Greenwood's testimony was submitted earlier this year, correct?
Correct.
And in your testimony, you also conclude that Dr. Greenwood's assertion that the flow abundance relationship has weakened should be dismissed, correct? Looking at paragraph 1, it's looking at your testimony, paragraphs 109 through 110.
Dr. Greenwood's conclusion, yes.
And if we could bring up BK 311, please. And this is the Saffarina paper we were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
And if we could scroll down on the abstract. And then if you can see, if we could go down a little bit further, I think right there. Okay. I'm looking at the lines that start from a conservation standpoint at the very bottom, the last 3 sentences. Do you see? And do you agree that this paper states that there's the gradual weakening but not positive flow ecology relationship, as opposed to a step change in the relationship, suggests that it may still be possible to reverse the steep population declines of longfin smelt through a combination of flow and habitat restoration actions?
Objection, it misstates the paper. Ms. Morris added a not. I assume that was inadvertent.
I noted, I think you did, Ms. Morris. So
I think
I think but we can read the line before us, so understood, clarified.
I agree that that's what it says.
And if we could go back to Dr. Rosenfeld's testimony on page 63. I think it's paragraph 153, which is on page 64. Is it correct that you cite several studies that have analyzed the relationship between fall outflow and delta smelt recruitment, with the most current study being Polanski et al. 2024?
That's correct.
Is it also correct that you conclude that these studies demonstrate that both summer and fall outflow is vital to the protection of delta smelt?
That's correct.
And if we could pull up the Polanski paper, which is, I believe, BK 184. And this is the study that you're citing, Dr. Rosenfeld, correct?
Well,
So
this
gonna-
is a paper from 2020. You asked me about a paper from 2024.
Oh, maybe I had the wrong year. Hold on, let me double check my references.
But I do cite this paper, yes.
Oh yeah, this is it. And I did misstate, and it's from 2021, according to your testimony. Polanski 2021.
Sure. This is the paper.
Okay. And if we could go to page 11. I maybe do have the wrong. Maybe this is a good time to break for lunch and I can check my references. Unless you wanted me to take 3 minutes and just do that.
No, I think that sounds like a good approach.
Okay.
Let's go ahead. It's 11:54. Let's go ahead and take a break until 12:45. I will see you at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. We are picking up after lunch. I will turn first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Morris and Mr. Busher. And I think we just need to confirm we have Dr. Rosenfield, and we will be ready to pick up.
Here I am.
Here you are. With that, then I will turn to Ms. Morris.
Okay, great, thanks. Yes, so I did have the wrong site. It's BK 185. If we could pull up BK 185, which is, oh, wait till I get it. Okay, great. Thank you. And Dr. Rosenfeld, is this the 2024 Polinsky paper that you cite in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And if we could go to page 11, because this document actually does have a page 11, and scroll down to the bottom right there. Do you see in the paragraph shown on the right-hand column where it says the findings here?
Yes.
And would you agree that this paper found that the findings here suggest summer, not fall or winter spring, is the most important season for freshwater flow augmentation to assist delta smelt population growth rate?
I think the emphasis is on most, but yes, that's what it says.
And if we could please pull up AHO 64. And are you familiar with this document?
Let me see. The biological opinion from Fish and Wildlife Service
2024.
for long-term operations of the Central Valley Project. Yes.
Okay, great. And if we could please go to PDF page 146, which is page 126 in the non-PDF page land. And then do you see here on the top paragraph? Do you see that U.S. Fish and Wildlife states that the June, August, being the summer outflows, is statistically associated with summer fall survival?
Yes.
And then below that, do you see where they say in contrast that statistical importance of delta outflow on survival in September through November, the fall, is not visible in the best information we now have available to us?
I see where it says that. Yes.
And if we could go back to Dr. Rosenfeld's rebuttal testimony. Paragraph 120, I think it's page
53.
Yes, thank you. You're faster than I am. And in this paragraph 120, you're referring to Dr. Greenwood's rebuttal testimony in paragraph 25, correct?
Correct.
And specifically in lines 13 through 14, you opine that Dr. Greenwood ignores the maxim of comparing alternatives and not assessing absolute estimates, correct?
Correct.
And if we could please pull up Dr. Greenwood's testimony 807R2. And if we could go to page 22. Towards the bottom where we can see paragraph 25. Great, thanks. And again, this is the paragraph you were referring to in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in looking in lines 12 through 16, Dr. Greenwood references absolute estimates from the published paper of Kimmerer and Gross, correct?
Which lines are you referring me to?
12 to 16?
No, those aren't absolute results. Those are percentages, proportions.
So then that's not what you were referring to with respect to Dr. Greenwood ignoring the maximum of comparing alternatives?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Dr. Greenwood is using the output of that model and the finding of in the Kimmerer and Gross modeling a 1.5% average impact and taking it at face value as 1.5%, not more entrainment or less entrainment. And the details are a little bit the exact impact would, is uncertain. He's taking it as 1.5%.
But that paper is only making absolute estimates, correct? In other words, it's not comparing alternatives, right?
Yeah, I think that if the testimony that you're referring to is referring to the estimate of impact that was modeled for DCP.
Okay, now I'm confused because you said the testimony I'm referring to, and we've looked at your testimony and now we're looking at the testimony you cited for Dr. Greenwood. So which testimony are you referring to in that statement?
Let me read this. Yeah, so this paragraph says, Dr. Rosenfield opined that entrainment impacts of larval longfin smelt are expected to increase as a result of DCP operations. Potential larval and other life stage South Delta entrainment would be limited by requirements in the SWP and CBP permits for South Delta operations.
So again,
Well, he's saying regardless that I talked about entrainment of larval longfin smelt, he's saying that regardless of that, the potential for larval and South Delta entrainment would be limited by requirements in SWP and CBP permits for the South Delta operations. And I'm looking at the modeling and saying, okay, I see an impact, and I see that he's saying they would be limited, but we don't, the modeling is only giving us a relative sense of whether there's an impact or not. And this is he's saying that the permits limit that, but that's not very quantitative either. So I'm saying that the effects of DCP on larval entrainment are worthy of more attention than he's giving them. He's then in the rest of the paragraph saying, yeah, but this other study found only 1.5% impacts. And I'm saying that I don't, for a number of reasons, I don't think that that's a good outcome that this paper is a good paper to rely on in terms of talking about DCP impacts. So there's a lot going on in this paragraph. I'll grant you that.
yeah, I'm going to need a minute because I think that I was specifically asking you about your testimony and its reference to this paragraph where you state that Dr. Greenwood ignores the maximum of comparing alternatives and not assessing absolute estimates. And
Can we go back to my testimony?
Sure.
To see the
Sure. Let's go back if we can. I think we should be on the right page. So it's BK 300. And paragraph gets 120.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second.
okay.
So, and I'm specifically looking at 13 to 14.
Yeah, but 13 to 14 follow on the beginning of paragraph 120.
Let's just refocus here. Are you opining that Dr. Greenwood ignores the maximum of comparing alternatives and not assessing absolute estimates? Correct? That's
Yes,
what.
he frequently does that, yes.
And you refer back to paragraph 25, which in his testimony, which we just looked at, and that was a study that was, and I'm sorry, he was reporting results from a Kimmer and Gross paper, correct?
Yeah, I think perhaps I worded this inarticulately, but I'm referring to paragraph 25, where Dr. Greenwood says that my concern about entrainment impacts, he implies that they're unwarranted because South Delta entrainment would be limited by requirements of the CVP and SWP permits. He also relies on a study, and I'm saying, regarding my concern about entrainment impacts, Dr. Greenwood is ignoring his maxim that the appropriate use of biological modeling is to compare alternatives, not to assess absolute estimates. And I'm referring to the entrainment modeling done in the ITPA for Delta smelt. Sorry if that's confusing.
Okay, so, but in essence, isn't it true that in that paragraph 25, that is Dr. Greenwood's testimony, he's not comparing anything, he's citing from other papers, correct?
He is citing from other papers. He's citing a relative comparison of 1.5% additional entrainment due to operations of the State Water Project. And I'm saying I was actually referring to the ITPs. This bullet A, this first, is that Dr. Greenwood is ignoring the results of, I think, the results of the ITPA modeling about longfin smell or about entrainment impacts.
Let's
But
go.
it is also true that he's using the 1.5% from the other study. I mean, we could take it that way too. He's using the 1.5% from the other study as though, well, Kimmerer and Gross found 1.5%. I guess it's only 1.5%. Therefore, it's not an issue. And then I go on to explain that there's lots of problems with relying on the Kimmerer and Gross study for an
We're going to
estimate
get
of
there.
index.
We are going to get there for sure.
Okay, I'm just trying to explain the context. Like it's a sub bullet in a paragraph. So just taking it that sub bullet is not.
I know, I understand your testimony is it's over 70 pages. I'm not asking about everything. We would be here, trust me, for days because the recording limited my page number significantly. So let's go back. Let's look at BK 151. And if we could make this a little bit bigger. And then if you could, I'm sorry, I don't have the page number, but I think and sorry, you cited this. This is the Kimmer Gross paper that we were just sort of discussing that was cited by Dr. Greenwood, correct?
Correct.
And then if we could go to table 1, and I apologize for not having this page number. Okay, there we go, page 9. Thank you. And if we could just, and I mean, does this help you understand that this paper is not comparing alternatives?
I understand that.
Looking at data. So Dr. Greenwood citing, but this paper doesn't actually, it's not comparing something like with and without project operations, correct? From a modeling standpoint.
It's the loss of longfin smelt larvae as estimated by these two researchers.
And in this
Given-
paper,
given-
sorry.
Given State Water Project operational rules that were in effect from 2008, 2009 to 2019.
Right. But this isn't modeled. This is information. This is actual data, correct?
Nope. It's modeled.
But it's not
All-
modeled
All
operation.
of it is modeled.
Is it in 1980 to 2008 is modeled data?
I see 2009 to 2020 here.
And do you see on the right-hand side, top column, it has estimates from 1980 to 2000, or has information from 1980 to 2008?
Also modeled.
Okay, so it's all modeled, but the modeling isn't comparing an alternative from
Well,
one
it's-
to another.
It's comparing 1980 to 2008, that far right column, to the column next to it.
But it's not comparing a separate scenario where they're defining the operations and comparing one to the other, is it?
This paper is about the potential impacts of the operational rules from 2009 to about 2019 on entrainment loss of larval longfin smelt. And it is in this table explicitly compares that to estimated losses from 1980 to 2008. And I believe the point of the paper was to say that the rules that were in operation 2009 to 2019 were more protective than the rules that came before it, 1980 to 2008.
But these
This-
modeling, oh, go ahead, sorry.
But this is all modeling because I believe it says in this paper, it's definitely true, and it says elsewhere, larval longfin smelt entrainment is not very well measured. Certainly was not measured in 1980 to 2008 before the species was listed.
But regardless, the modeling results in this paper are intended to be absolute estimates of loss to the larval population, correct?
Yeah, percentage of loss is not. I misinterpreted when you said absolute in this context.
Okay,
Because an absolute result would be the number of fish that were killed.
and if we go, thank you. Sorry, that was so painful. If we can go back to 807 R2, back to Dr. Greenwood's testimony. And further down in this on line 16, he's also citing the Gross et al. An RMA applying the same method as Gross et al., correct?
He's saying he's using a different method. Gross et al. Uses a different method than Kimmerer and Gross. That's how I interpret that sentence.
But if we're looking at the sentence on 16, the Gross et al. 2022 estimate, and also citing to the RMA, those studies are making absolute estimates and not comparing scenarios, correct?
They're estimating the proportion of the population that is entrained. And yes, in that sense, they are not comparing scenarios. But this sentence is comparing what happens. I believe Dr. Greenwood is trying to respond here to my suggestion that the rules changed after 2019, the operational rules. They did change with a new biological opinion and new State Water Project ITP. And so he's saying, he's making a comparison that Gross et al. 2022 studied 2 years that happened 2021 and 2022 that happened after the change of rules, so as to mitigate my concern that the original paper was a modeling exercise that assumed a completely different set of rules than we have now.
Would you agree that the operational criteria for the State Water and Central Valley Project operations from 1980 to 2008 were less restrictive than they are in 2019?
I haven't done a comparison of those two
Okay.
biological opinions. They were 1980 to 2008 was less restrictive than 2009 to 2018. Yes.
And if we could go to
Beyond that, the rules change and they change again in 2024.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you. That wasn't the question. If we could pull up DWR 803. And if we could, do you recall that this is the ITP application, or do we need to go to the first page to orient you?
Let's go to the first page.
And then this is again is what we looked at earlier is the ITP application, correct?
Correct.
And if we could now go to page 375. These show the tables referenced by Dr. Greenwood, and these show the relative differences between scenarios, correct?
Correct.
And so Dr. Greenwood was not ignoring his own maxim, as you put it, in paragraph 25, because he was comparing the alternatives, correct?
No, not correct. He's comparing the alternatives, and I believe he's relying on the absolute differences being what he interprets to be small as evidence that there's not much difference, that there's not an impact of DCP operations.
And when you say the absolute differences, you're talking again about the two papers we just painstakingly went through,
No,
correct?
no, I'm talking about what's on this table.
Okay. And let's go back to your testimony on page 53. And looking at paragraph 120B, if we want to scroll down. And in this section, you opine that Kimmerer and Gross underestimated larval entrainment, correct?
Correct.
And when you state in the final sentence that you have grave concerns about some of these assumptions, are you basically alluding to the final sentence of Kimmerer and Gross, where they state that estimated proportional losses to water diversions accumulated over the period of vulnerability averaged 1.5 of the population, too low to measurably influence population dynamics?
I'd like to see both the sentence in my testimony that you're referring to and then the sentence that you just read from Kimmerer and Gross.
Okay, well, B is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, but the last sentence of B is not visible. And I think that's the sentence
Could you scroll down, Ms. Nolan? Where you say, I have grave concerns.
Right. I said I have grave concerns about some of these assumptions, including that persistent loss of 1.5% of an imperiled population is low or not of concern.
So that is what you were referring to, correct?
In the specific including part, but I have grave concerns about other assumptions in this modeling as well.
Okay, I'm looking at your testimony, asking about specific testimony here, Dr. Rosenfeld. Have you authored or seen a peer-reviewed response to
I
this
provide the
study?
explicit.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Morris, let's just go straight to the question, please.
Dr. Rosenfeld, have you authored or seen a peer-reviewed response to the study of Kimmerer and Gross outlining your or others' concerns?
I am in the middle of writing a manuscript that outlines those concerns, and I include them in footnote 15 here.
But those are not currently published, correct?
Those are not currently published, except that they're published here in footnote 15, some of the concerns.
Under the recent updates to the SWP and CVP operations, is there a cap to how negative Old and Middle River flows can go between late December and June?
Oh, objection vague as to recent updates. There's been, I think, 3 changes since the end of 2024. In the 2020, not the 2025 changes to the 2024 ones?
Start with 2024.
Okay.
I don't think I testified about caps on OMR.
Well, you're testifying about how the information in Kimmer and Gross should be discounted because it look at the most recent period, and I'm testing and trying to understand what you are considering in that, and that includes Old and Middle River flow.
I mean, I'm going to object this beyond the scope. Dr. Rosenfield's right. He didn't testify about Old and Middle River flow in his rebuttal.
He testified to SWP and CVP operations and that Kimmer and Gross was not reliable.
I'll allow the question, please, Dr. Rosenfield.
Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
Under the 2024 updates to the SWP and CVP operations, is there a cap to how negative Old and Middle River flows can go between late December and June?
There is a cap.
And was there a cap prior to 2009?
There was a different cap prior to 2009. I'm not aware that there was a cap. I'm not sure.
Okay. If we can pull up BK 223. And are you familiar with this document that you cited, Dr. Rosenfeld?
Um,
Can we scroll down to see the relevant header?
exactly.
I think we should, sorry, I was just looking at but I think it starts on PDF page.
It's there.
It's there now. So
Right
yes,
there. Yeah.
the one about endangered and
Yep.
threatened wildlife and plants, endangered species status for San Francisco Bay Delta, distinct population segment of the longfin smelt. I'm familiar with that part of this.
And if we could
document.
turn to PDF page 4. And if we could scroll down, sorry, it's multi-row. I want to go to the column that says entrainment. Right there, yeah. Okay, and this is a document that is talking about entrainment as it relates to longfin smelt, correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service summarizes the comments received, with one suggesting entrainment rates from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife 2022 Species Status Assessment were overestimates, and the other underestimates, correct?
That's what it says. Yep.
And looking at the response to that comment, do you see, isn't it true that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services notes that the estimates from Gross et al. 2022 and Kimmer and Gross 2022 are the best commercial and scientific data?
I don't see where it says that.
You probably need to scroll down to the next page. It should be at the top.
Yeah, I see where it says that.
And there's also in the response, isn't it noted that a pilot study is examining entrainment of larval smelts and aims to answer some of the current uncertainties?
That's what it says. Yep.
And if we could scroll down, I think, so we can see the rest of that response. Does the response also conclude by noting that the life cycle modeling work by the service will better quantify the cumulative impact of entrainment of multiple life stages on the distinct population segment?
That's what it asserts. Yes.
And thinking back to what we discussed earlier regarding DCP, there is an ITP condition of approval that requires DWR to use the longfin smelt life cycle model to ensure DCP is meeting biological objectives, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And if we could go back to Dr. Rosenfeld's testimony, page 56. Paragraph 128, please. Here, Dr. Rosenfeld, in paragraph 128, you cite the DCP's FEIR's Appendix 3F, which notes planning of native emergent vegetation in tidal restoration areas, correct?
I'm sorry, which paragraph were we looking at?
Of 128
Yep.
through 129?
Through 129, yes.
And then in 129, you state that Saffarina et al. Recommended restoring longfin smelt habitat by removing aquatic vegetation and increasing flow, correct?
It's a Saffarania, I believe, but yes, that's what it
Did
says.
I say the wrong name? Sorry, how do I say it? Saffarina?
As it's spelled, it's Saffarania. I
Saffarina.
don't know the author personally, but yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And then let's look at that paper, BK 311. And it looking at the bottom of page 13 and the top of page 14. Do you see where it says moreover? I'm trying to find the exact, all right, it's on the bottom, it's on the top of page, the page 14, the second full sentence where it says moreover, restoration of channel habitat via flow pulses and associated increase in sediment delivery. Do you see that?
I see that.
And regarding your statement in paragraph 129 of your testimony about increasing flow to maintain deep channels, were you referring to that sentence that we just looked at?
I was referring, I think, more to, or at least as much to the sentence above it. For shoal habitats, management actions may focus on vegetation removal to restore shallow pelagic open water habitats and increase turbidity and prey availability. And then then the part about pulse flows or flow pulses rather is the sentence that you identified.
Well, but in your testimony, you specifically you say flow and you say aquatic vegetation and increasing flow. So as to the point that pertains to increasing flow, are you referring to that sentence that begins moreover?
Yes.
Okay.
And well, I mean, sorry, I need to see the sentence again. They recommend this, these authors recommend increased flow in several different places.
So
to benefit
where in this
longfin smelt.
paper then were you referring to? Because this appears to be where it looks like where you're citing to.
Can I see the sentence again that you're referring to?
It's the sentence on.
No, in my testimony. Sorry.
Yeah. Paragraph 129 on line 25, 24 through 26, and you are citing to page 13 and 14. So, and that you're citing there for the removal of aquatic vegetation and increasing flow to maintain deep channels. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that increasing flow is not necessarily a flow pulse?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And how would you define a flow pulse?
A flow above a baseline, markedly above a baseline that occurs for a relatively short duration, but relative to, that could be weeks or months.
Okay. And keeping in mind what we are talking about the aquatic vegetation, I want to go back to BK 311 on page 13, 14. And then do you see on the sentence you directed me to for shoal habitats management actions may focus on vegetation removal?
Yes,
Okay, and in that section, it cites to 3 papers, correct?
correct.
So would you agree that if I wanted to understand what type of vegetation BK 311 relies on, that I should look to those 3 papers?
That would, I mean, no, it's not necessarily about vegetation removal. I mean, it could be about increasing the effect of increased turbidity or the increase of prey availability on longfin smelt, juvenile or larval longfin smelt. I'd have to look at the papers to see. I agree you would want to look at the papers to see if they describe the vegetation removal that these folks are relying on, but it's very possible that those papers are not about longfin smelt, that they're about other species. They're about other, I mean, we'd have to
Yeah,
look to see what they are about.
I was getting at what kind of vegetation. If I want to understand what kind of vegetation they're talking about removal, I should look at those 3 papers. And it may or may not say it, but that's what it cites to.
Yes.
Okay. We could go back to Dr. Rosenfeld's testimony on page 60. Paragraph 141. I want to direct your attention to the last sentence of this paragraph that starts on line 19 through 21. And specifically, I want to ask you some questions about the words most years. Do you see that?
Yes.
And are you essentially stating that reducing positive population growth and potentially good years prevents population recovery?
Yes.
And your testimony did not provide a quantitative analysis of reducing population growth, preventing population recovery, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you do an independent quantitative analysis about reduction of population growth that would prevent population recovery? Or are you relying on and citing to the DCP ITPA results?
I think this statement stands on its own, given what we know about Delta smelt, that they are their population is extremely depressed such that we can't detect them anymore. And that the most recently approved SWP, CVP long-term operations projects that their population growth will be negative.
Okay,
So if
let's
DCP is making it more negative, reducing positive population growth in potentially good years would prevent recovery, given that the population is already declining.
Okay, I think we need to reorient ourselves in your current testimony. When I look at this paragraph, all I see you citing to is the ITP application. And what I'm asking you is, did you do any independent analysis? Or are you solely looking at, well, you said the statement stands on its own. So would you agree that you did not do any independent analysis?
I just said my independent analysis. What I just said is that the DWR 00803, the place that I cited, shows a median population that the DCP is projected to cause up to an 8% decline in median population growth for Delta smelt.
So you're relying on the ITP application.
I'm not done.
Please, Dr. Rosenfeld.
Decline in median population growth for Delta smelt which I know to already be negative. The projection is that under current operations, it will be negative. So a decline in a negative means that you're, how did I phrase it? Preventing population recovery by reducing population growth further than it is already reduced.
And that's based on the ITP that you cited application, which is
It's
DWR.
based on the ITP application and other studies which show that the projected population growth of Delta smelt is already negative, including the environmental impact statement and appendices to it that I believe we provided as exhibits for the 2024 biological opinion, which show that under the operations that were the preferred alternative, population growth of Delta smelt is negative and more negative than it was previously. And then there's an update, which I also reference in this testimony, to the 2024 biological opinion, which is believed to decrease that population growth yet more.
Dr.
So if the
Rosenfeld,
DCP is
asking on this paragraph, and I have questions about your citations in this paragraph. If we could do that, that would be great. And you
well,
were
my testimony
specific-
doesn't. My testimony relies on my professional expertise and knowledge that I gained from reading lots of papers. All of the ones I mentioned are referenced in this testimony. So
I understand that.
So I'm not going to answer if I did an independent analysis based on DWR 00803. I'm telling you what my analysis is.
So you would agree you didn't do a quantitative analysis yourself, correct?
No, I would not agree to that. I
Okay.
did a quantitative analysis. Negative minus positive equals more negative, does not equal positive. Positive population growth is necessary to recover this population. So if you start at a negative and you subtract, you're more negative. That is moving away from what needs to happen to restore the population. It's quantitative. It's just not
Okay, you did math.
on a calculator.
So if we can look at line 19, it says the anticipated reduction in median population growth rate shows that the Delta smelt will experience negative effects in most years. I want to ask you if we can pull up DWR 803, please, which is the ITP application, which you cite in this paragraph.
Okay.
Okay, and if we could go to PDF page 1231, please. And can we scroll up? I think it might be on yeah, it's split. Thank you. Okay. And this is the table that you're citing to in your testimony on paragraph 141, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. It says in your testimony on lane, if you want to check it, in paragraph 141, line 14, for the 8% decline, it says DWR 803 at 4A 4-3. This is based on this table, correct?
This is 4A4-4, so
The page number, but the table, if you want to scroll up and look at the page and see if this is the table that we're looking at about the median population growth. Do you see that, Dr. Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say most years, do you mean the majority of years?
Can we scroll down to the bottom of this table? Thank you. Okay, yes, I mean the majority because the median is by definition the center point of the distribution. So 50% of years are above that and 50% of years are below that, or more or less 49% each way.
And this table shows 21 years of results, correct?
Can we scroll back up, please? Yes.
And do you agree, and you could take your time to look at it, that there's 10 years with negative differences?
Okay, can we scroll down? $10 years with negative differences and a lot of years that are zero. Yes.
And so that wouldn't be a majority of years, correct? Of negative. It's not 11, it's 10.
Can we scroll up for a second, please?
So I'm going to just
Okay, can we-
object. The citation in his testimony is to 4.A.4-3, which is a page number, not a table number. And it's the page number before this. So if she wants to ask about the table, that's fine. But that's not what he cited. So if we want to go back to the page prior to this to see what he cited, that's what he cited to. If we want to ask about the table, then let's ask about the table, but not what he cited to.
I want to ask about the table, and I
Okay.
think it's answering the question. So thanks
So,
for
so there are 21 years. 10 of those years are identified as negative by looking at the percentage numbers. You can see the little negative sign under the proposed project. And if you could scroll down a little bit, please. Where is it? Yeah, you can see that 2010 existing conditions is 1.14, proposed project is 1.13. It's marked with a 0, but 1.13 is less than 1.14, so that's just a rounding error. That also is a negative.
Oh, it's 0.01, and it's a rounding difference.
It's a negative. And again, the median means the middle number, right, in a range of numbers.
I understand.
So there are 10 negatives, there are a bunch of zeros, and there are fewer positives than negatives. So the negatives, the
And if
population growth in most years is negative.
And if we focus on the time frame from 2008 to 2009, well, you know what? Let's just skip that. Would you agree that there are no years where the population growth rate goes below 1 as a result of the Delta Conveyance project? And I'm looking, I think, specifically at the far column of the proportion of posterior distribution less under proposed project.
Can you repeat the question?
Looking at the column I just directed you to, would you agree that the population growth rate, that there are no years where the population growth rate goes below 1 as a result of the Delta Conveyance project? Oh, sorry, middle column.
That's what I thought. The right column shows that the population will indeed be more negative more frequently under DCP in many years under the proposed project. So I think what you're asking me is, are there years where the existing conditions are 1 or above where the proposed project is below 1? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No, I don't see any years that meet those criteria.
And a population growth rate above 1 is indicative of the population growing in abundance, correct?
That's correct.
Whereas if a population growth rate below 1 would mean the population had decreased in size, correct?
Correct.
So there are no instances shown in this table here that the DCP causes the population growth rate to go from an increase to a decrease, correct?
No, the population growth rate decreases under the proposed project, for sure, as we just went through. Whether it goes from positive to negative that's a binary. That's not the only thing that goes into determining the outcome. The median outcome is negative. The population growth decreases, and whether that's less positive population growth or more negative population growth, I'm saying both have a similar effect on overall population dynamics and can prevent recovery and keep the population still imperiled or, in fact, lead to its extinction.
Let's look at paragraph 142 of your testimony. In this paragraph, we got there. You're discussing DCP operational effects differences in different water year types, correct?
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand to make sure like from a linguistic standpoint, we're defining things the same way. So looking at the bottom page 61, line 2, when you say the years when the project diverts, do you mean DCP to be the project or something else?
I mean that in wetter years, DCP diverts more water.
Okay, so in this instance, project means DCP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the summer, is the delta usually in balance conditions?
Um, the export facilities are allowed to export.
Do you know when I
Yes.
say the difference between excess conditions and balance, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because that's kind of important to how the DCP is operating, correct? There's different operational criteria if the project is in balance conditions, right? Are you familiar with those criteria?
I'm less familiar with those criteria. And I don't think that I testified about those criteria.
Well, you're talking about the project diverting in the summer and in wetter years. So I want to understand what you know about DCP operations during balance conditions and what the operating criteria are.
Well,
If
I was basing that statement on information provided by Dr. Greenwood in his original testimony and my review of the modeling outputs regarding exports and outflows. So the criteria, the specific criteria that it's operating under would be incorporated into that modeling and the results that Dr. Greenwood presented.
But in line 23, you say very specifically, operations are projected to have a much larger effect on summer delta outflow in wetter years, right? So you're talking about a summertime.
Yes.
Okay. And you also state that the DCP's most negative effects would occur during wetter years when delta smelt populations would otherwise do well, correct?
Relatively well, yes.
And how are you defining would otherwise do well?
Well, as I explained in this testimony and prior, summer delta outflow is a key variable driving one of a few key variables driving delta smelt population growth. When summer outflows are high, delta smelt do better than when summer outflows are low. So in wetter years, when summer outflows might be higher, diverting those summer outflows decreases population growth. The modeling that we were just looking at suggests that there are some years where delta smelt population growth would be positive. Those are the wetter years. And DCP reduces delta outflows in those years. So this critically endangered population isn't going to be able to rebound, right? It can't just grow a little bit and that's good, right? It has to rebound to a state where it's not, below its detection threshold and otherwise endangered.
Okay, so you just
So-
mentioned that table that we looked at. So let's pull that table up again. It's DWR 803, PDF page 1231. Okay, let's scroll down and look at 2011. So looking at 2011, for example, there's a positive growth rate of 1.81 under existing conditions,
Right?
which you've defined as doing well, correct?
Yes.
But a positive growth rate of 1.68 under DCP, correct?
Correct.
So in your opinion, the change from 1.81 to 1.68 is no longer doing well.
It's doing less well. And these, this is a fish that lives 1 year. So it's the growth or decline compounds. And it needs to do, we can't be satisfied with, if we're trying to conserve delta smelt, keep them from going extinct, 1 year of positive growth. We need that 1 year of positive growth to be as best as it can be, and declines in subsequent years to be less than they currently are, to make the population go from a trend towards extinction to a trend towards recovery.
And let's look at 2012. In your testimony, sorry, again, is it your testimony that a population growth rate of 2.64 for existing conditions is doing well, but a population growth rate of 2.58 under DCP is not doing well?
My testimony is that reducing the population growth rate of a species that is already on average in decline is not consistent with conserving that species or protecting beneficial uses associated with it. You're showing me years where population growth rate has declined, and I'm saying any decline in population growth rate on average, right, which is what we just
No, I'm trying to
discussed,
understand what you meant by doing well. And you said this was a good table, so I'm just trying to understand the metric of what does doing well mean.
Doing well means positive population growth in most years. And in fact, the vast majority of years, given that this is a fish that only lives 1 year. So really, a decline could, in any year, could wipe out the population if it's a bad enough decline.
So
what insulates against that is very strong population growth in years when the population can grow, and having those years where the population can grow being much more common than years where decline happens. That's not what happens under DCP.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really trying to stay focused on my questions so that we could be done today and I can come in under my 6-hour estimate. So to the extent that you can help me by answering my questions, I don't want to stop you from giving a full answer, but if it is already in your testimony, it might be more efficient for us to move through it. So I want to leave this up, but I want to ask you a question about what you did in paragraph 159 of your testimony. And I'd rather not pull up 159 if you have it in front of you so that we can just go straight to the table in the same document. Do you have a preference?
My preference is to have it on screen, but I can call up my testimony.
It's okay, we'll do it. So can we just go really fast back? We'll come back to this, Ms. Mullen. If we can go to BK 300, paragraph 159.
Page 66, I believe.
Thank you, I was getting there. Yes, 66, top of page 66. And do you see where you summing up the differences in absolute entrainment values between DCP and existing conditions across March through June, and then you have wet years, and then you have a sum of equals?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you did. So if we could pull up the table that you pulled this from, which is an 803, and it should be PDF page 438. And if we could scroll down. Uh-oh. Is this 803? Yes. It's 4 dash, hold on. Oh, did I say, do we have, that's 438. It's table 4-1-18. I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, to be a pain, but could you search for 4.1-18? If you can't get it, I'll come back. -18. Oh, I think it's just 4.1-18. It's not coming up. Okay, I'll come back to it. Oh, it's still searching.
I would say we're only on page 700 out of 2000.
Out of 2000, almost.
It's PDF page 348.
Oh, thank you.
438, 448. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Is this the table where you used to do that calculation that we just looked at in your testimony?
Yes.
And then in essence, did you just take, like, looking at it's the wet years, so 4.46 and 4.41, 0.47, and that was your 0.01. And if I wanted to recreate it, I would just do that all the way across to get the 0.15. Is that how you did that?
Yeah, I looked at the expected entrainment of particles, which represent delta smelt larvae in the particle tracking model under the proposed project versus the existing conditions for each month, March through June.
Okay, and so just so I understand, you basically sum the absolute differences for March through June in wet year types, which resulted in a cumulative value of 0.15. Is that correct?
If that's what the number is at the end of my.
That's the number at the end of
testimony.
your testimony,
Yeah.
positive 0.15.
And
Okay.
because you see in May, under wet years, for instance, it's recording a 0% difference between existing conditions and proposed project, but that's obviously the result of a rounding error that happens throughout the table. So I wanted to see what the actual effect of the project was.
Did you do this type of analysis for any other modeling results or any other species?
I do this kind of analysis on many tables like this, where I'm actually trying to track what's happening over the course of time. You know, the results are presented March, April, May, June, one by one. The species live March through June. So we need to see what there's no cumulative effect here. And it's difficult to understand what's happening if you're just looking at a bunch of zeros and ones, negative ones and threes for separate months and separate water years. I understand why DWR presents the results this way, but they could do a little bit more to sum it up so that you would know, like, oh, in wet years, things are better or worse. Above normal years, things are better and worse. You know, similarly for the columns. So I do this usually in my head and don't go into detail in my testimony about it, but I'm trying to understand what's the pattern that is being revealed by this table.
But I'm trying to understand. You didn't, in terms of the rebuttal testimony, you did do this summing for any other modeling results or other species, correct? At least that if you did.
I didn't need to.
Okay. And then if we could go to page back to Dr. Rosenfeld's testimony, sorry, paragraph 160, which is on page 66. And do you see here where you say the same applies here? Estimating delta smelt entrainment by the behavior of a computer-generated particles is imprecise. The relative difference between estimates is what matters, not the absolute size of those differences. You see that?
Correct.
So is it your opinion that the difference between estimates is what matters, not the absolute size of those differences?
It really depends on what models you're looking at and how familiar you are with the outputs of those models and how accurate you expect them to be to reality. But in general, models are models. They have errors to them. They make a lot of assumptions. And so as a general practice, you're looking for whether a scenario makes things better or worse. That's really the most important piece of information. And then if you believe that the model has some connection to reality, then you might start looking at the size of the relative difference. But really, it's the sign of that difference that's the most important.
But to be clear, the cumulative entrainment assessment we just walked through, you did not consider the relative differences, but instead used the absolute size of those differences.
No, I did. I did relative one to the other, right? Subtracting existing conditions from proposed project gets you a relative difference between those two. right? Which is larger, and then summing them up is like which is larger or smaller. It's not, what I'm saying is it's not the number, the numeral that comes out at the end, it's the sign of the numeral. That's the relative comparison, greater or smaller.
Given your opinion that the model is imprecise, do you agree it's not appropriate to look at absolute differences at, for example, the 100th decimal point to calculate and make inferences from a cumulative entrainment value?
Well, that's exactly my point. It's that the fact that it's at 100th of a decimal place is, we don't know exactly what that means. So the important thing is that table is uninterpretable if you just look at it as months and water year types. You don't know, the fish live throughout a year, right? And they're going to experience those months and those water year types. So you have to do some aggregation of those numbers, the relative comparison of those numbers to know what's actually happening. Otherwise, you don't know what's actually happening. And again, DWR's presentation, where actual differences between the model outputs are called a 0% difference, is obscuring that there is a difference.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I could just have a 5-minute break, I think I'm almost done. I just want to flip through and then come back.
Okay.
I want to take the afternoon break now is okay too.
Yeah, let's go. Well, let's just go ahead. It's 1:52. Let's come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And then with that, I think Ms. Morris, we turn back to you.
Thank you for that time break. Thank you, Dr. Rosenfeld. I do not have any further questions for you at this time. I appreciate you being here and answering my questions. And it was very helpful in terms of clarifying. I think I understand more of what you were saying. So appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, I think I don't have the list in front of me, but I will turn to Mr. Krieger. Does the state water contractors have questions for Dr. Rosenfield?
At this point, hearing Officer Kinsey, we do not.
Great, thank you very much. Am I missing anyone? Does anyone else have questions for Dr. Rosenfield? All right, then with that, I don't have specific questions right now. Mr. Busher, do you have redirect for Dr. Rosenfield?
I do. And not much of it. So hopefully we can get through this quickly. Dr. Rosenfield, I want to start with the life cycle models that you discussed with Ms. Morris earlier. She asked you if you had an opinion about whether life cycle models have been effective in regulating the Central Valley Project or State Water Project long-term operations. And you said you don't think they are. Can you explain the basis of that opinion, please?
Objection. I did not say about regulating. I said about looking at performance. I did not say it as a regulating tool. That was not the question. So that would be outside the scope.
Do you want to rephrase the question, Mr. Busher, or
if you want me to, I will.
Please.
I think it's the same question either way, but sure.
Okay.
You expressed an opinion that the life cycle models were not a good way to determine historically, the performance of the CVP or SWP operations. Can you please explain the basis for your opinion?
Well, I think I was saying that they haven't been used in the fullest sense of that word, right? So there's a winter run life cycle model that I do not believe was used to evaluate the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project in 2024. There's a Delta Smelt life cycle, so that's an example of where it wasn't helpful or effective or whatever wasn't used, right? So its outputs were not relied on. The Delta Smelt life cycle model is the other robust life cycle model that currently exists, and that was employed in the evaluation of long-term operations for the combined state and federal water projects. That model showed that the preferred alternative would result in a decrease in population growth off of a negative population growth baseline. In other words, the preferred alternative that was selected made conditions worse for Delta Smelt according to the life cycle model. That life cycle model, some of the papers that Ms. Morris took me to, the Polanski papers from 2021 and 2024, show really clearly that summer delta outflow is one of the main things that drive Delta Smelt population growth rates. Increasing delta outflow during the summer would improve population growth rates. Decreasing it would decrease population growth rates. In the long-term operations evaluation, there was an alternative, not the one that was selected, but there was an alternative that did increase summer delta outflows, and it resulted in positive average population growth for Delta Smelt. But again, the alternative that was chosen does not increase summer delta, doesn't have a provision to increase summer delta outflows, has not increased summer delta outflows, despite the life cycle model saying that's one of the main things you could do to improve to alleviate the plight of Delta Smelt and recover that population before it goes extinct. So we have life cycle models that sometimes work, sometimes don't work. I mean, they can be improved. I support improving them. I support the science that goes into them, but they are models. So sometimes they don't work. Even when they do work as anticipated, they're models. So there's some error associated with them based on the assumptions that they're based on, because they're simplifications. So they have to be understood in that context. There's a saying that all models are wrong and some models are useful. So life cycle models could be useful, but they're only useful if decision makers managing the projects actually take to heart the lessons that come out of the modeling, right, about what's going to protect the species and what's not going to protect the species. And so far, the life cycle modeling for delta smelt, the one that's been used, hasn't resulted in a change in operations that would lead to keeping the fish from going extinct, much less restoring it.
Thank you. I want to turn now to the incidental take permit. You had a discussion with Ms. Morris about condition 11.111. Ms. Mullen, if we could put AHO 65 on the screen, which is the ITP. And go to page 206 of the PDF, please. And if you actually scroll up just a little bit so we can see the bottom of 205. So this is in, let's go up a little bit further just so we can orient ourselves. Sorry, tiny bit more to the header. There we go, perfect. So this is section 11.111, the diversion criteria. Do you see that, Dr. Rosenfield?
I do.
All right, and then now if we could go down to 206, right below, there's bullet points at the top of 206. Do you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth bullet point there?
I do.
And that applies from March through May, correct?
Correct.
And then if we could scroll down a little bit further to the next list of bullet points under transitional, do you see the fourth bullet point there?
I do.
And that deals with when flows are between 20,000 and 35,000 CFS, the rules for diversions from March through May, correct?
Correct.
All right. Are those the bullet points that you were referring to in your testimony when you described the limitations in 11.111 that existed for March through May?
Yes, that's what I was referring to, because that's what Dr. Greenwood specifically called out as the criteria that would be protective of migrating Chinook salmon.
Okay. And focusing on this one, that is the restriction for flows between 20,000 and 35,000 CFS. In your opinion, does allowing diversion of up to 3% of the Sacramento River flow at flows of that magnitude cause negative impacts to Chinook salmon?
The research by Drs. Perry and Dr. Hance and their respective research groups shows that reduction in flows into the Delta in that range between 20,000 and 35,000 CFS, reduction in flows leads to reduction in survival of Chinook salmon smolt transiting the Delta. So a 3% reduction in flow might be better than some larger reduction in flow, but it's not zero. I would expect there to be negative effects on Chinook salmon migrating through the Delta when that 3% is in effect.
Okay. And then you referred to, as compared to a larger reduction in flow, in your opinion, would applying these conditions that exist from March through May that we just looked at in those two bullet points to other months, would that increase the protection or reduce the harm that would be caused from diversions in those other months?
Yes, I mean, the provision sort of tells you, right, that CDFW and or DWR, but this is the ITP. So CDFW felt that this section refers also specifically mostly to Chinook salmon, that in March through May, when flows are 20,000 to 35,000 CFS, migrating Chinook salmon, according to CDFW, need DCP to not divert more than 3% of the 25-hour running average Sacramento River flow. I can see no reason why that same protection would not be necessary to protect the other runs of Chinook salmon that migrate in the other months. My graphic showed that there are some Chinook salmon migrating in March through May. So a 3% cap on North Delta diversions in this range is better than having more water diverted in this range. But then why wouldn't fish migrating from November or even October through February or in June require the same protection?
Thank you. We can take this down, and Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Dr. Greenwood's testimony, 807 R2, I believe. And go to, I think it's page 19, I believe. Yeah, all right. So you had a lengthy discussion about this table and about what you were responding to. If we scroll up just a tiny bit, Ms. Mullen, so we can see lines 3 through 5, yeah. And I just have, I think, one question about this testimony and what you were responding to. So Dr. Greenwood says, starting at the end of line 4, the most recent era does not demonstrate a statistically significant relationship between longfin smelt abundance and delta outflow. Can you just explain what that means in plain English as opposed to statistician language?
It means that, according to Dr. Greenwood's interpretation, that there's no correlation between, or there's not a statistically significant correlation. There's obviously a correlation that we can see on the page, but there's no statistically significant correlation between delta outflow and the subsequent abundance of longfin smelt in the fall midwater trawl. And if that were true, then diverting water from preventing water from becoming delta outflow would not affect longfin smelt. That's the obvious interpretation of that conclusion. But as I said, that's not what this graphic shows in the statistics that Dr. Greenwood reports, and it's not the result of numerous other studies, including the most recent one by Safarinia. The statistical results produced by Dr. Greenwood say that that most recent period could have the same slope as the other periods identified here. There's just not a statistical way yet to discriminate among them because there's too little data and too much variance. The previous papers, though, that I mentioned, Safarinia and others, have repeatedly found that the relationship between an incremental change in flow and an incremental change in fall midwater trawl abundance has not changed over time. That's a consistent result.
Thank you. You mentioned
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Again, I'm sorry. Like there has been a change in, if we use this kind of model, there's been a change in the sense that there are less longfin smelt now, right? So those lines are stacked on top of each other. And the previous analyses show that the intercept of those lines decreases over time, meaning for any given level of flow, you get less longfin smelt today than you would have gotten in the past. But the relationship, to me, means the slope of the line. How does change in flow, which is what DCP will do, affect the longfin smelt population? And that change in flow to change in longfin smelt population relationship represented by the slope of the line, that slope, there's no evidence that it has changed over time.
Thank you. So you mentioned the Safarinia paper. And in the abstract of that paper, Ms. Morris read you a sentence that described the relationship as being a gradually weakening relationship between flow and abundance. How do you interpret the phrase gradually weakening as those authors reported?
I interpret gradually weakening as the predictive power of the relationship is declining. The predictive power of the relationship between delta outflow and fall midwater trawl abundance is declining because there are fewer fish for longfin smelt or for the fall midwater trawl to catch, and that almost automatically drives up the variance in the result. So the signal to noise ratio is less, so its predictive power is less. I do not interpret it as a change in slope of the line, and I don't interpret it as a weakening of the underlying mechanisms that have for decades tied delta outflow to abundance and productivity of delta smelt.
Okay, thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, could we pull up Exhibit Baykeeper 311, which is the Safrania paper? And this is the right page, page 14 here. You had a discussion with Ms. Morris about deep water habitats and other restored habitats. Could we scroll down on page 14 to like the bottom third or so? Yeah. Is this part of what you were citing at pages 13 and 14 of this paper on the left column, that last paragraph, that restoring deeper habitats or habitat quality in deep water habitats in tandem with flow may help preserve longfin smelt?
I don't see where you're looking.
It's just to the left of the header that says limitations.
I see. Right. They're calling for here actions that enhance habitat quality in deep water habitats in tandem with flow management, which is described here and elsewhere as increasing flow benefits longfin smelt, decreasing flow, as the Delta Conveyance project would do in months that matter to longfin smelt, would harm the population.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to Dr. Rosenfield's testimony, Exhibit 300. You had a rather lengthy discussion with Ms. Morris about the modeling of water temperatures and the Vroom model and the DSM-2 model. And if we could go to page, I think it's 16 or 17, 16. Oh, I'm sorry. This page. Yeah, the bottom of paragraph 34 and 35 here, this on the following page. In addition to the modeling evidence from Vroom and DSM-2 and other sources that you discussed, are there other studies or analyses that you're aware of that show a relationship between river flow, Sacramento river flow, and temperatures in the Delta?
Yes, the study by Nobriga et al., which is BK 180, and Bashevkin and Maharja, BK 104, are observational empirical studies that show the a correspondence between increasing inflow to the Delta corresponding to reduced temperatures in the Delta and beneficial, well, Nobriga et al. Show beneficial effects of that specifically on Chinook salmon. That relationship can, according to Bashevkin and Maharja, changes over seasons. So it's not always that increased flow results in reduced temperatures, but it is clear that they detect that pattern in the winter and spring when native fish species could benefit from lower temperatures. In addition to those two observational studies, I relied on statements by the agencies US EPA, in commenting to the State Water Board about proposed updates to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, indicated that they expect that increased flows, reduced temperatures, or decreased flows might lead to increased delta temperatures. And DWR quotes the Fish and Wildlife Service saying that there's an expectation that reduced flows could result in higher temperatures in the delta.
You. Ms. Mullen, if we could just scroll down to see paragraph 35 on this page. Are those the references that you were referring to with EPA and DWR and Fish and Wildlife Service?
That's right.
Thank you. And then you had a discussion related to a paper by Kimmerer and Gross about South Delta entrainment of longfin smelt. And I just want to like zoom out a little bit here. Can you explain why entrainment at the South Delta export facilities of longfin smelt matters in evaluating the Delta Conveyance project?
Yeah. First, I would say that I'm surprised that entrainment of longfin smelt at the South Delta projects or project facilities is expected to increase because for years DWR and its proponents, the Delta Tunnels proponents have argued that having a different point of diversion with a better screen would result in decreased entrainment and related mortality. The importance here is that entrainment and salvage of longfin smelt is another source of mortality for longfin smelt that the species did not evolve with, right? And that's a increasing entrainment and salvage mortality is a drag on the population. The Kimmerer and Gross paper estimated potential entrainment mortality of longfin smelt larvae, because it's not measured, in a period when there were operational rules from the 2008-2009 biological opinions. But as I pointed out in my testimony, the estimated mortality of larval longfin smelt from CVP and SWP operations increased under the rules that replaced the 2008-2009 biological opinions in 2019. And then in 2024, yet new rules were for operating the South Delta exports were promulgated, and the analysis by the agencies showed yet another increase in entrainment of longfin smelt. So I think that Kimmerer and Gross dramatically underestimate the total effect of larval entrainment on longfin smelt. I think they understate that even their 1.5% estimate is, they say that it's not so meaningful to the population. I disagree with that. I don't know if populations that are designed to suffer additional impacts that are sustained and chronic. But even if it were a small impact under 2008-2009 conditions, that impact is increased by many-fold as a result of changes in operations in 2019 and 2024. So at a certain point, you can't just dismiss the increase that is then expected according to the modeling under DCP as, oh, we don't have to worry about longfin smelt larval entrainment because this paper that studied 2008-2009 to 2020 said it was small, right? You have to begin to take it seriously when there are repeated increases in that same impact. The impact of DC of these changes in operations that have occurred for SWP, CVP long-term operations and that are expected to occur under DCP operations are not positive. They are negative, right? They're a negative effect on the population, losing 1.5% or more, in this case, probably a lot more of the population on average is a big impact to a population that is already declining and expected to become extirpated within the next several decades under existing conditions. By which I mean what the Fish and Wildlife Service was reviewing when they listed the species in 2024, which was 2019 operations. So we have populations that are declining, they're already low, in grave danger of extinction, and having increased negative effects is a negative for their prospects. And I think DWR dismisses its own modeling of negative effects and its own modeling of negative effects under updates to the long-term operations too quickly, given the status of this species and the fact that it is yet another negative effect that is increasing.
And then I think probably my last question, you had a discussion with Ms. Morris about, the relative or absolute magnitude of the numbers that are reported by DWR with respect to a host of species. I think, again, talking about delta smelt in this case. And you explained that it was less about the magnitude and more about whether it was positive or a negative. Can you just explain why that is your opinion and what you mean by that in the context of DCP operations overall?
Yeah. As I said, the models are models. They're built on assumptions intended to simplify reality. So their results are not expected to be precise in the sense of predicting an actual outcome. What they are valuable for is comparing scenarios and showing which ones are better or worse. Some of the models have been around long enough and been validated, or their assumptions are very few, and so you can put more weight in the size of the effect than other models, which are built on a lot of assumptions that are unlikely to be true, but are there to simplify things. Again, it's the relative impact. But more importantly than any of these single results that we've been discussing today, or that I discuss in my testimony, is the breadth and comprehensiveness of negative effects to all of the imperiled species and many, if not all, of the non-imperiled fisheries species like fall roach and salmon across their life cycle, really, or at least as their life cycle is impacted by DCP, right? Chinook salmon are impacted only a part of their life cycle in the delta, but things like delta smelt, longfin smelt, their whole life cycle could be impacted by what happens with DCP. And these impacts are wide-ranging, from flow effects to entrainment effects to potential temperature effects. So when you look in totality through DWR's own documentation, its modeling is showing you that these effects are widespread and widespread for across the models and across the species. But then their mitigations are not modeled to show you, oh, this mitigation actually accounts for that negative effect. When it comes to the mitigations, in particular, well, some of the mitigations are not actually mitigations. They're just modeling and study, which are very important for developing mitigations, but they are not mitigations themselves. Other mitigations, like the air quotes habitat stuff, there's no math available to connect acreage of habitat to be restored to the impact of reduced delta outflow, right? We have good statistical models for all of these species about the effect of reducing delta outflow or delta inflow or OMR rates on attributes of the species viability, but we don't have a similar kind of relationship for many of these mitigations that show that they will actually mitigate for, or come close to mitigating for, the negative impact that we are able to estimate.
Thank you, Dr. Rosenfield. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. Ms. Morris, to you, do you have additional
I
questions?
would just like to make, for clarity purposes, I don't really think there's any point, and there's a lot of new information. Those questions, the responses seemed far beyond the scope of the questions, so long as we could, and I couldn't object because the question was narrow, but the response was long, and we intend to cover all of it in Sir rebuttal to the extent it's applicable. I just want to confirm that we have that ability.
Indeed. I mean, I found the testimony, I don't think this, I think this is a companion to what you're saying. It was familiar. I think we've covered a lot of this ground, but yes, indeed, if DWR seeks Sir rebuttal, then that would be an appropriate topic.
And we noted we do seek Sir
Yes.
rebuttal.
I should say, yes, you did.
Yes. Thank you.
I meant
Okay.
honest. Yes, indeed.
We don't have any further questions at this point.
Thank you. Then with that, Dr. Rosenfield, thank you so much for spending your day with us. I very much appreciate your testimony and your patience today in answering all these questions, and you are excused.
Thank you so much, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Busher. And we are fortunate enough to have the rest of our day. I will take a pause. We're planning to pick up with Dr. Paulson on Thursday, but are there any other procedural issues we should address today before we break until Thursday? Then with that, thank you all for your efficiency today, and I will see you at 9 a.m. on Thursday morning. Thank you.